right. Let's start with this video. It's called That's AI, a short film. Because, you know, we all love AI, right? It's oh, wait, actually, that's one. No, I'll do it after this. I'll do an art update after this. Is that fair?
That's AI, man.
What? Conspiracy theories ever
Nah, I'm saying, look at this guy's flips. Man, he's talented.
And I said, that's AI, man. I seen it on the Instagram reels. Artificial intelligence. That ain't real. They're trying to trick us, man. They're trying to get in our heads, man.
Z, you been smoking that stuff again?
He's right.
Jesus.
That ain't real.
That's AI generated.
Artificial intelligence.
It's bad.
It's rotting our brains.
100% AI! Enough! Is this what we come to, guys? That we can't enjoy the talent of a young man because of all the AI videos that we see on our phone. Wake up! This is real life. That's a real man with real talent. Follow me. Young man, we would like to say that we really appreciate your flips and your
Look! It's got 6 fingers! It's AI!
Who told you? AI.
He had 6 fingers, man. I ain't never seen no shit like that in my life.
Told you.
Oh,
AI, man.
True. This has 1 million views in 8 days, or 2 million views in 8 days. People are tired of AI, bro. People are tired of it. Like, normal people are tired of it, right? I told y'all it's going to get to this point where the bubble is going to burst, right? Where even normal people, right? Like your grandparents who are like, hey, Sonny, look at this AI video I made of you last year. It's like, why is my feed full of AI videos? I hate AI. Right? When their favorite celebrity gets AI doing doing an ad for, I don't know, doing for an ad for freaking gambling. Actually, they don't need to be AI for that. But doing an ad for something they don't like, they're like, what? No, Matthew McConaughey would never do an AI for, or never do AI. Matthew McConaughey would never do an ad for, I don't know, what's a bad company? Palantir or something, right? They're like, or yeah, crypto casinos, Salesforce, right? They're just like, no, he would never. And then you're like, yeah, grandma, that's AI. And they're just like, man, this AI stuff is pretty bad. I thought it was cool to make a video or two, but like, this has gone too far. And AI sword guys right there underneath the video. Yeah, it's Shadsman. Not Shadsman. Shadsman's the other pedophile. This is Shad Diversity. That's my Also, I'm Boomby. Thank you for the 23 months. I'd be like, Sean, how did you miss that? I'd be like, I'm sorry. It's my fault. He does Salesforce ads in the UK with Woody Allen. Does he really? Oh yeah, I have this bookmarked. Chat. I was gonna show, you know, we're talking about AI. Why don't we talk about this as well?
They say I made this world.
Pause.
Now do Rick and Morty in SpongeBob.
Morty, we're in SpongeBob.
How do Super Mario in real life?
Mamma mia, I'm real.
Oh, I'm such a good artist. Hey, babe, aren't I a good artist?
Yes, babe. Your art is awesome.
Thanks, babe. Hey, I'm kind of hungry. What should...
And also the funniest part about this is like, this is not the entire user base of AI, but our goal is to make this the only people that use AI, right? Our goal, it essentially is kind of to do propaganda and to like make it so like this is what people associate AI with. Because if we can do that, all the normal people will just stop using AI. Because they're like, oh, I don't want to be associated with these people. That sucks. This isn't me.
What should I do?
Well, you should probably eat some food.
You are so smart, babe. Oh, she is so smart and hot. You, Rick and Morty, eating poop.
Oh, jeez, Rick. We're eating poop. Shut up, Morty. I'm trying to eat this poop. It's so bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, you also realize that like, and this is a problem with AI. This is a problem that I realized a long time ago with AI when it was a very, very new technology that I thought was fascinating, right? Like when it was like DALL-E 2 back in like 2020, right? I was like, the problem with AI, one of the problems, if I don't say this, people get mad at me. They'll be like, this is not the problem. The problem is labor. One of the problems with AI is the fact that the type of people that would use AI as a creative solution to their problems are not creative enough to have good ideas in the first place. You know what I mean? Like if people were like, oh, I'm going to use AI to make a movie. Those type of people will never make a good movie in the first place. You feel me? Like they just won't. Oh, I'm going to use AI to write a book. The book's not going to be good. It's not. Right? Because those two things go hand in hand. The creativity, it's like not hand in hand. Those two things are inversely proportional. The more creativity you have, the less likely you are to use AI to make things. Right? It's the people who think that they can shortcut their way to an end product with AI are not going to produce a good product because they think they can shortcut it with AI. That's just the case. Oh, also, this is responding to TSM's new software called Osu AI, which is like an AI Minecraft building software. And it's just like, this is the funniest thing. Because when I think about the group of people who would use AI the least, it's Minecraft builders. They take pride in choosing 5 different types of purple blocks, right? They have like powder concrete, purple concrete, purple wool, purple stained glass, just to make a structure. You know what I mean? This is what's fun to them. Same with the AI video games going on right now. What AI video games? What if you could build anything? You can! That's the great thing about Minecraft. You literally can. You can literally build anything. Minecraft is the build anything game. I don't think they understand that like people, like actual builders aren't going to use this, but it's not a product for actual builders. You know how like if you played Minecraft growing up, you might have had the same experience. You're playing Minecraft, you're like, oh, this is fun, right? And then you accidentally die. And you're like, oh, I didn't have keep inventory on. Oh no. And so you're like, you know what if I just turn cheats on just real quick, really quickly to get all of my items back and not anymore. Right? But as soon as you press on that creative mode button, right? As soon as you turn on creative mode, all of the fun for that world just go out the window. Right? All the time you invested doesn't even matter. You're just like, oh, now that you've cheated yourself out of this experience one time, it doesn't feel fun anymore. Right? Yeah, like, I might as well get some diamonds too while I'm here. I could mine them, but I can just save some time by getting some diamonds here. You know what I mean? Like, it's like that. Right? Which is why software like this is not going to have any staying power. Right? The reason why ChatGPT is one of the most successful usages of AI is because it does let you speed through monotonous work, right? At your job. Be like, oh, well, I don't want to have to generate an email for this. ChatGPT generate me this email, right? That's how you get normies to use it because it speeds up what they already are doing. But this is a completely creative endeavor. A completely creative endeavor. It's not, people aren't going to use it. Anyway, I'll let it cook though. Maybe it'll change my mind. It won't. I already seen this, but you know. Like, knowledge is like Hightail, bro. Yeah, people were clowning on Hightail for like looking like this, saying, oh, Minecraft was better because it was simple. And they're just like, you know what if we just make Hightail in Minecraft? What's the point of Minecraft then? No idea. And the question I have is not even just that, but like, why did TSM make it? Introducing Osu AI app. Our team has been hard at work with the desktop app for Minecraft Java to help you generate any structure in seconds. Download it at Osu AI and let us know what you think. Like, what's the point? Like, okay, you're like, Osu AI, make me a cyberpunk world, and you just walk around in it? You know what I mean? Like, you're just like, oh, look, this tree looks like a cyberpunk now. Wait, Team Solo Mid, TSM? Yes, 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 like the TSM. Like the gaming esports company TSM. Why are they doing this? I have no idea. The point of AI making these builds, like the point of a builder is actually create them with your own bare hands. I have no idea. Also, please make me a cyberpunk Minecraft world in this theme of traditional Minecraft and no cyberpunk themes. No mistakes. I'm gonna make the first AI team, maybe. It's not. To be fair, it's not like TSM is winning anything anyway. To be entirely fair. I spent hours searching the tutorials of real people who worked hard on the intricate structures in Minecraft to remove all of the credit, hard work, and hand over blueprints. Yeah. When I build a world with have no sense of accomplishment, and it's just fun. Minecraft is the funniest game for this, bro. It's the funniest game to do this for. Minecraft, really. One of the most, I think Tetris might be the most best-selling game, but like one of the best-selling games of all time, billion-dollar revenue, and you're just like, yeah, bro. You know what makes this a lot more fun? The sandbox game. If there was like no sandbox element to it. I don't play Minecraft with anything to do in the game once the world is pre-built. Not really. Not particularly. Like, people spend years in hardcore survival worlds specifically to build insane structures. You'd be like, look at all of what I did without having like died a single time. This is crazy. Even if you want to copy structures, they won't have anything interesting after a week due to the attachment to it. Yeah. The craft part is pretty important. Kids are gonna clown this garbage so hard. I mean, it has 6.4 million views and 6,000 likes. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you know it's getting clowned on crazily. Like, this is Tubbo. You idiots take your AI slop and shove it up your fucking ass. Jeez, Tubbo. 35K. Okay, hold on. It's crazy. I don't understand who this is for. That's the funny part. It's not for you. It's not for me. It's not for any Minecraft player. It's for investors. That's it. It is an idea that is built specifically to enrich the people who built the app. That's who it's for. Right? It's to bring to investors and be like, look, we got 6.4 million impressions on this tweet of us announcing it. Right? There's an appetite for it. Please give us money. Right? It's like a rug pull. Kind of. To be fair, the actual aren't that many. Nah. I'm gonna get you wherever you went. Games that let you freely build intricate megastructures, and with the way that the game works, it makes it easier to automate since every single asset is a block, and very few game worlds actually work like that. Yeah, but there are already software where you can, like, you know, overlay a build in Minecraft to show you where the blocks go. Right? You can literally download software right now that, like, lets you be like, I want to build a castle. And other people have uploaded their own castle in like an open source format where you can use this person's castle, right? Litmatica? Oh, I didn't know what it was called. I just knew that it existed. I saw it in a YouTube video one time, right? And like, you're like, okay, and then you have to go and source the blocks. It doesn't build it for you. You go and you source the blocks. And you're like, because that's what Minecraft is. It's about mining and crafting. You have to go mine and you have to go craft to build these structures in your world. There's still that sense of accomplishment because even if you're not like designing the structure, you still have to, I don't know, play the game to build it. So an in-game blueprint, that sounds all right. Yeah. And these are not things that are stolen from other artists and or builders, right? These are things that the builders upload to, like, you know, this repository to be a community resource. Right? And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if this service scraped all of those builds just to feed into this model. Even playing creative is more rewarding than this trash because it takes some time effort to make these builds. Yeah, because you're actually building them. It's like going into a creative world and being like, AI, generate me a statue of Steve. You're just like, AI's like, okay, done. You're like, nice. Well, what? Hey, 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 hey. Sit down. Sit. Sit. Hey. Anyway, that's a little bit of some AI news. That's only one, besides this Good Trouble video. No, this is prediction markets. Oh, yeah, that's the only one so far. Now it's time for me to give my art update. Speaking of AI, if you didn't know, now you know. I started a an art YouTube not YouTube, sorry, not a YouTube, definitely not YouTube. An art Instagram page. And this was my first post. Oh my goodness, please, Instagram, stop. It's called Sean the Artist. I said, welcome to my art page. My new resolution is to learn how to draw this year. And my first digital piece that I did a few months back. I actually lied. This was not a few months back. This was like probably closer to like 12 months back, like over a year. With some obvious flaws, I still look at it fondly. I hope this can serve as a realistic progress report of someone who is very much cannot draw learning this new skill. Much love. I said also as Goku if you couldn't tell. Right, and then I posted the time lapse of it. It was a struggle. Yeah, this was probably I think it was November 2024. November, December 2024. And then I posted the second piece that I made. This one was definitely in December 2024. Because I went back and I checked because I had downloaded then. And yeah. But past this, you have also my new piece that I worked on. This is one I worked on last, I think, 2 days. Where's that? And that was this one. It's a little bright. Hold on. There's all the lights and stuff. This version is so good. Thank you. I found out my favorite workflow so far is, where's my sketchbook? Is drawing something in my sketchbook and then taking a picture of it and then importing it digitally and then drawing over it digitally. Because I don't like drawing directly on the tablet, I found. I prefer drawing digitally. What's the tablet? It's just an iPad. Or until I get paid by Apple, it is a nondescript iOS tablet. And I put South Park. Not particularly going for the South Park vibes. I can see it. Is lying about his ability to draw to horrify. I'm not, like, legitimately. I still don't think I can draw. But to be fair, artists way better than me also think that they can't draw. So like, art is one of those weird things where it's like, no matter where you are on the spectrum of being an artist, like until you are like a master, you just can't draw, right? From being a beginner who can't draw a circle to where I am, which is like still close to the beginner, to like having a job in the industry, it's you can't draw at any method or any point between any of that. And so it's very, very hard to get a beginner perspective because the beginner and not being able to draw encompasses so much of the spectrum of art. I'm gonna follow your account on my art account. Let me know what the name is. I want to follow some art accounts on my art account because finding inspiration is difficult on Twitter because I only get political posts. Hey, doggy. Hey, Nixie. Hello. Yeah, I can't draw despite working as one for a decade. Yeah. You draw better than me. I usually do sticks. But sticks is how you start, to be fair. Stop. Buy art books. I want to buy Akira Toriyama's art book, but I cannot find a copy that's not like $500, bro. Stop. Hey. Stop, doggy. Stop. Stop. What is up with her? Stop. Hey. Hello. Hey. Hey, where's your rope at? Where's your rope at, Dougie? I'll play with you. You gotta find your rope first. Okay? Want this? You can't have that though. Here. Ciao. She wants to play. She can play if she go gets her rope from outside. I'm not going to get it. I can only do birds, no faces. Yeah, faces are weird. Faces are weird. One of my favorite artists is Alarico. They draw mostly buildings of nature, not people as much. Oh, speaking of drawing, not buildings, but hold on. Ugh. Give me 1 second. I was muted. Followed you on my art account. You have an art account, Skilly? Bro, everybody has an art account, as I've learned. I was saying that I finally decided to suck it up and finish Draw a Box. Because I did it up until I got to like draw 250 boxes, and I was like, that's too much work. But I was like, you know what? I'll finish it. So where's it at? Where's it at? Oh. So this was my day one. A little while ago. You know. Just some boxes that looks like boxes. It's still kind of bright. You can't really see it. This. But I started a few days ago. And I can already see some improvement, which is actually pretty cool. This is my day 2, technically. They look like boxes. And this was my day 3. You can see a lot more like line confidence in my boxes. And then, where's it at? This is my day 4. There's no colored lines yet because they said to do it before you start day 5, which is today. Already better than Hitler. Low bar to clear. What's the challenge? It's draw a box. Let me see if I can show you. Because if you ask anybody how do you learn how to draw, they will always send you to this website first. Literally, go anywhere. Go anywhere in any art community, and they'll be like, I want to draw. How do I start? They'll be like, draw a box. Hey, stop. Higher construction needs is precise measuring and calculations, or are you just doing the lines and filling out the connecting points? That one. It's because learning perspective is a huge cheat code. Yo, stop, bro. Basically, if you haven't seen it, it's just a oh, but it isn't. All right, come here. Ready? Go get it. Ugh. I closed her out, so she can have fun out there. But essentially, they have like it's also completely free, so like I can't even complain too much. But man, oh man, was the first few things boring, right? So they have getting started, and then they have like lines, ellipses, and such. And so there's like all of these different lessons about like how to draw. They have like homeworks. Where's it at? To get you like drawing like straighter lines and stuff. And they have ellipses, and they have ellipse homeworks as well. And then at the end of all of these lessons for basically unit 1, they have a challenge basically to draw 250 boxes. Right? So basically first 50 yada 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 yada. This is what you're looking for. And it basically teaches you how to like, okay, well I can't even open this up larger. Wait, here we go. No, okay. Like this. So basically it starts with like you drawing like a Y like this. And then you use this to like construct a box in perspective, going back to all the vanishing points of like this line, and this line. And then you, after you draw this, using like your eye to gauge what it is, you then draw colored lines, extending out from your lines to see how well you hit the vanishing points on the page. As a graph, it is a graph. A lot of drawing is just math. And you do this 50 times, and then you do your next 50, which I'm not there yet. I'm on my last box, I think was box 20. So we're almost halfway there. After today, we'll be halfway through my first 50. So broader trajectory for this, are they and you shooting for graphic design or more like art perspective? It's an art perspective thing, right? It's teaching you how to construct boxes because most forms that you can want to draw, or pretty much all forms you want to draw, are built out of simple shapes. Boxes being one of the most, you know, what's the word? One of the most, there's a word I don't remember. It's not even a hard word. I just don't know. Rudimentary. No. Not relevant. Most frequent. Common. That's literally what I was looking for. The most common. And used in like constructing forms of objects. And so when I'm drawing, I'm like, I don't know how to draw this thing. And they're like, oh, draw a box in this perspective first. And I'm just like, okay, I think I know how to do it. Then I realized I don't know how to do it. And so like, okay, you have to go back to the beginning to be like, okay, in order to represent this in the 3D space, you need to be able to draw a box in the 3D space at different angles. And if you can't do that, you have to learn how to do that first, you know? That's sort of the idea behind it. You love drawing. I'm so happy I just got here. Yeah. Hello, Fizzy Fizz Soda. You're gonna draw some Shonen. What's that? Drawing stream. This is not a drawing stream particularly. I was just showing off my new art Instagram page, where I'm gonna be posting all of my arts and stuff, so you can see my my progress. And I just showed one of my most recent drawings, which was this black guy. I'm gonna see if I can export this to. Stop it, bro. Share. PNG. So I can show you on my computer. So, I don't know, it's probably my favorite piece that I've done so far. I do hate that there is just a lack of resources on how to draw black hair, though. I will say. It's so good, not gonna lie. It's alright. It's alright. So that's one thing I want to get better at specifically. Also, one thing that I've learned that helped me, I'm not trying to give you like advice on how to draw, right? Or how to learn. I'm very new to this. But one thing that I've learned that's helped me tremendously is obviously first drawing what you like and what you enjoy, but taking pieces to finality, even if you don't like the way they're turning out, just do the line art, do the coloring, take it to its final point, right? Because you still may not like it, but it will, kind of force you to make corrections and try new things. And so even with this, I was just like, I don't know if I want to finish this, but finishing it really gives you like a sense of accomplishment. And if you ever want to, what's it called? Like redo it, you can always do it again later. But quitting halfway through is the best way to like, stunt your motivation, because you'll be quitting everything halfway through. You've heard of force drawing? It's kind of more vibes based than math and measurement based. I have not heard about it through Drawbox. This is very true. I'm a comic artist, and when I was younger, I get discouraged when I reached a point where I was unconfident and then just telling myself out of progress. Yeah, that's cool. I think my final form of drawing, I think I would want to draw comics. I don't want to be a comic artist necessarily. I don't want to work at like DC or Marvel particularly. At least not yet in my career, if you can call it that, like in my art journey. But I think drawing comic book characters is such a, I do work at DC and Marvel, don't do it. Cover artists would be great. Don't have to do the full book. Yeah, I want to do the full book though. That's kind of the thing. I would read a comic from you. My goal for this year, if you remember, I think it was for last year technically, but I think it rolled over to this year, was to write, thumbnail, and draw my first comic by the end of the year. Right? And that's why I'm so like 5 days ago, once I started drawing again, I did not want to draw. I didn't want to do it. But I was like, you know what? If I want to get better at something, I have to get past that. And so I got up, I sat down, I pulled out Draw a Box again, and I started drawing stuff. And then I was like, oh, this is actually kind of enjoyable. And so then I ended up drawing. Where's it at? It's somewhere in here. I showed this piece before already as well. Ended up drawing this, basically. But I can actually put this one. Let's see. It's on my drive as well, so I can show it to you. Oh, it's already there. This, right? And I was like, oh, I kind of like this. Let's see, you're starting art as works as a 2D artist in games. It's really cool to see. Right. And so I truly, and I was like, you know what? I'm kind of proud of this thing. Right. I'm kind of proud of this thing. And so I was like, you know, let me just keep drawing. And so I've been drawing for the past week, essentially, like pretty consistently. I do like 30 minutes on Drawbox, drawing boxes in perspective. And then I do however much time I have. Some stuff is doodling on my sketchbook. Some stuff is, you know, drawing and coloring digitally and stuff. I think it's really fun. As you can see, I've only drawn heads. You basically only see that I've drawn heads, except for this piece. But like, I hate the way this looks. Honestly, this is like one of my least favorite drawings I've done. Like, this one is like so much worse when it comes to like the fundamentals of like, you know, where the shadows go and how the forms look and doing clean line art and stuff. But like, I just like this one way more. Right? Because I'm unconfident in drawing bodies. Right? So I'm trying to build up my confidence to be able to draw bodies well, because bodies scare me. And every time I try to learn to draw a body, it looks horrible because it feels like there's this gray area in my mind between seeing the reference and what I want to draw. Right? Basically drawing like the pose with figure drawings and then constructing the forms out of that pose, right? That step always breaks me. Like, oh, we'll just draw cylinders for the arms. I try to draw the cylinders and it doesn't work. Like, oh, try drawing things with boxes. You know, try to draw the head in 3/4 perspective of the box. I try that, it doesn't look good. You know what I mean? So I'm just like, that's what my goal is, trying to get good at, because you need that for drawing comics, particularly. But try ovals. Yeah, ovals is not my thing neither. Did you practice with unfinished gesture drawings, ignoring cylinders anatomy? Yeah, I've attempted. Listen, I'm not letting you see my sketchbook. I'm not letting you see my sketchbook. I'm working through it. Is this rage bait? What is it? Why did you send me a kick.com link or a kick Twitter post link? Oh, yes, it's rage bait, to answer your question. But that's the goal. The goal by the end of 2026, not 5 now, it's 2026, is to write and draw my first comic. It's going to suck. And that's literally, I think that's the hardest thing for me, right? Legitimately, the hardest thing for me is starting something knowing that it will be bad, right? Starting something knowing that it won't be what I want, you know? But I think giving myself a timeline, it's like, I'm going to do this and it's going to happen, forces me to be bad at something so that I can be better at it in the future. Theoretically speaking. That's the idea, at least. That's the idea, at least. So, yeah, that's my take. That's my drawing thing. So if you want to follow my art journey, you know, I show my art pieces here because it's just in my main platform, but like, hopefully at a certain point I can look back and be like, yo, this drawing sucks, and this drawing sucks, and this drawing sucks, and this drawing sucks. I can draw so much better now. That's kind of the idea. That's the plan, at least. Get editor to read through the script. Nah, I probably wouldn't do that particularly. Because that's like, I think, too much investment in like a first comic draft thing. Like, it's not something I want to be like published or whatever. It's like something I want to get out, per se. But maybe when I get there, I'm not even there yet. There's no script. There's no idea. With AI, have you seen this? This is a new version of this. This happened like a few months ago as well. If you haven't been following this, a huge number of people essentially fell in love with their old ChatGPT model called 4.0. It was turned off yesterday. They're going crazy, generating images of hamsters burning down OpenAI, threatening open AI leadership, etc. I truly thought this whole thing was some goofy satire for a long time, but I realized this is what a massive protest led by people who fall in love with AI, with the early AI model looks like. If 4.0 is really gone today, we will hashtag never forget, never forget, like 4.0 get what OpenAI and Sam Altman have done to us. Man, these people are gonna hate it when ChatGPT becomes a paid service, bro. These people are going to hate it when ChatGPT becomes a paid service, because it's not going to be free forever. It's not. It eventually will stop being subsidized, right? And they're gonna force you to pay for any feature worth anything on the platform. Isn't it just forget? Or get, because it's about 4.0. Funniest artwork I've seen about the Chibi Reviews. Yeah. I will say, I don't know how it feels about this being put on Usopp. I feel like this is anti-black. But also, we know that Oda hates black people, so confirmed. My mom's telling me about how she uses ChatGPT and they're adding ads soon. Yeah, see, that's rough, ain't it? Is it already a paid subscription? No, it's technically still free. Like, you could open up ChatGPT and ask it a question for free as of right now. Anyway, we'll get to the Chibi Review stuff in a second. But that's my art journey so far. We'll see how it goes. I will also say I think I have an addiction to buying sketchbooks. You see the new Marvel Tokon trailer? I saw some of the stuff with it. Some people were mad about it only being 20 characters at launch, but we'll get to that as well. We'll get to the game stuff in a second. Yeah, there's Marvel Tokon trailer. There's a God of War remake. He's ready to start posting my art on my art account again. That's good. I'm glad I could be an inspiration to you and how rough my art looks. Today. Once I get really good, I can start dunking on AI. That's my plan. Also, I will say that, like, I think animation's a cool thing. Animation just seems so difficult. Maybe I have to make a choice. Do I do a end of the year animation to showcase my art journey, or do I do an end of the year comic one shot? So I have to kind of pick a skill and focus on it, because both of those take, similar skills, but also very different skills. But I like both of them equally. As a comic artist, I say comics. It's fair. I will also say I think I think people view, because comic is like also like a medium that the art is not, it's central, but it's like equally as important as like the story. Maybe not equally as important. Right? You can have a comic with bad art and a good story that does well, right? But I don't know if you could have an animation, like bad animation, with a good story that does well. You know what I mean? Like, people give comics a little bit more leeway when it comes to art being iffy. It takes way too long doing on your own. Yeah. I will say one of my favorite things to watch was like Dragon Ball Z fan animations. Like, there was one, what was it called? Also, I do want to see something about Adobe Animate. Adobe sucks. Let's see, just Dragon. What's it called? What is it called? Not Absalon. I watched Absalon like a long time ago. It was a newer one. Not this one. This one was good too. This one, Deliverance. This one was really good.
Previously on Dragon Ball.
I think Absalom came like way earlier. I think the art in Deliverance is a little bit better, but like Absalom is still like fantastic because Absalom was also like made primarily by like one person for the first few
Deliverance.
shots of it.
The Z fighters are scattered across Namek by a group of hostile Namekians.
Here, I want to spoil
Ow.
the. We're gonna skip ahead to like the good fight scene. This is probably my favorite fight scene.
And then we'll target its weak spot with everything we've got. How are you on energy?
Honestly, I don't have much left.
Neither do I. I'll give you whatever I have left to spare.
Like, this is a fan animation, bro. Like, it's insane.
This is it, Go-10. This is our last shot. If this doesn't work...
Yeah, I know. Let's do this.
Is this Team 4-star? No, it's called Frame 1. And we'll watch this and then we'll move on. Also, it gave respect to my boy Goten. He gets shafted in every Dragon Ball media. Trunks at least gets a little bit of shine from Future Trunks, but Goten gets shafted in all Dragon Ball media, bro. Why are they both missing their right eye? Because they were fused. I'm pretty sure. And then they defused after getting the right eye smoked. I don't know if it was in this. It might have been in a previous episode or something. It's so beautiful, bro. What's the little reason behind the fusion ghost thing? It's one of Gotenks's, which is the fusion between Goten and Trunks' like signature moves. You can make like ghostly versions of themselves that then go and explode, right? And the fan animation took that and basically made like Goten and Trunks, their ghostly versions. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Basically, it is shadow clones, right? And so earlier in the episode, when they were fused before they got their eye knocked off, right? Gotenks, the character, made these two ghostly versions. Here. Right? Or after it's got his eye chopped off. To show the full fight. Yeah, but the full fight's like 20 minutes, you know? So.
Go-10!
Trunks? Where are we?
Still underwater. That thing is extremely resilient. Even his Gotenks, we couldn't get past his armored skin.
Then how do we beat him? We can't go into a higher state than this.
Still, we gotta find a way. Every creature has a weakness. He can't be invincible.
You say that, but
Yeah,
we
I'm gonna-
attacked it with everything we have.
Phase.
And it didn't seem to phase this thing. How could you...
The last time we let our boat let us go, cost us an eye.
Yeah, so it cost him an
Know
eye.
about
I want to show phase down. Right, so they can only do this move as Gotenks. This is a Gotenk special move. So before they defused, right, Gotenks spit out two like super ghosts. And then they went up. And then he hid the super ghosts underwater. Right? And then later on, they had a distraction. They did a distraction. The ghost came up, transformed to look exactly like them. Right? Did a bait attack. Baited the creature into attacking it. So that they can come around and then basically do a guillotine to like just cut the creature down. It's a really cool thing. Right? It's a really cool thing that this was. But it's like stuff like that. It's like, dang. That's awesome. Anyway, that's a little bit of art update. Hold on. Go sit down. Come on. Go sit. Go sit. Okay, you can stay, but like, no interrupting. No. No. There we go. Problem solved. Anyway, Nick is being Nick's right now. Scrounging for
almost
food,
every.
does. But that's my AI art update. Oh, hold on. Okay, it's open. I'll close some of these other things. Close.
Okay, to answer your first.
I do want to see this as well. We covered this. Anyway, follow my. Sounds like he's gonna play Deadlock later. I never said that in my entire life. We may play Marvel Rivals later, but you know, potentially. Covered this. We'll get back to this later. There's a ring doorbell stuff I want to look at, but before I do get to that, I want to get to some prediction market stuff.
A couple weeks ago.
So let's start with this video, and then we'll get to Chibi Reviews after this.
That played before this video, if you received an ad that played before this video, I can 100% guarantee it was for some kind of gambling app or sports betting thing. Here's why. Gambling, online gambling, Kalshi, sports bets, Robinhood, gambling. I love gambling. I've made so many videos making fun of AI or sports betting apps or the Walt Disney Company, only to be told in my comment section that an ad for those very products played in front of my video. The question is, does YouTube not filter for ad suitability or irony? Do these companies just not care about context? Regardless, I hope...
That's the answer. The answer is they literally do not care. They don't care. Any publicity is good publicity for them. Right? Because if they can get one person who usually hates sports betting to just try it to see what the hype is about, they win. They win. Right? Honestly, there's probably one person of these 500,000 people who saw this video, never sports betted before, and be like, what is all the hype about when it comes to sports betting? Outside? Right? Feel free to leave at your leisure. Don't all the apps take the free win from each cash out if they let you cash out anyway. Right? But the idea is they hope that you do win and you don't cash out. Because you're like, well, this is free money and I have more money than I did before. So why don't I just try one more time? Then you lose and you're like, well, I can't lose the money that I just made. I have to try one more time. And then you lose and it's like, well, I can't go negative. I have to try one more time. And then you lose and now you're down and now you're addicted. That's the idea. So I won't even suggest you do that. Right? I would say don't even touch it. Don't even touch it. Don't even touch it.
They know they're wasting ad money on a video sharing this message. Fuck gambling apps, fuck the normalization of online gambling. In 50 years, we'll look back on this era in horror and disgust. Half of every Super Bowl ad was for some bullshit scam preying on our stupidity. We're turning every facet of our lives into gambling, and it only benefits these piece of shit corporations who would gladly watch you go bankrupt from having a gambling addiction. Fuck all of them. Have a nice day, everyone.
And I'm telling you, we are 2 to 3 months away from people arriving at the position that I was at last week about these influencers. Like, this video didn't even do particularly well. Like 5,000 views in 4 days is pretty abysmal. But like, you're going to see a big creator say this in 3 months and you're going to be like, wow, why is nobody talking about this? The answer is I was indeed. But let's go to this good work video about predictive betting apps.
They're websites that for some reason...
Do people call it V-Day? That feels like it means something different.
...exist. When you go to one, you'll find an infinite scroll of real-world events and their possible outcomes. Prediction markets. They're websites that for some reason... exist. When you go to one, you'll find an infinite scroll of real-world events and their possible outcomes on which you can bet your hard-earned inheritance. Events like who will Donald Trump talk to in February? Logan Paul first edition Charizard sale price? Will Jesus Christ return before 2027? And when the US will strike Iran? Will Jesus Christ...
This one is one that people... Here's my take, chat. This is propaganda. Right? Not will Jesus Christ return before 2027, right? This betting, like this prediction specifically is propaganda, right? It's specifically propaganda. It's to bring you in, right? It draws to the site and the idea, yes, right? It's for people to be like, oh, obviously Jesus Christ won't return before 2027. So why don't I just make some free money by getting in, putting some money in, and I'll make some free money, right? Yeah, I can make some money off of that. Exactly, right? Exactly. But what you don't know is that there is a separate prediction on whether or not this prediction reaches 10% chance, right? Or 8% chance. You're a mark. You're being duped. You're being misled by thinking that you're going to make money off of this when somebody's making money off of you. And the goal for Polymarket is it doesn't matter for them. It's that you get in the door, you make an account, you put your money in, right? And then it's hard to get your money out, or harder to get your money out. And they hope you get addicted. They hope you find a different one like this if you win, right? And keep betting, because it doesn't matter to them if you win and you lose. What matters to them is this volume number here. That's it. This volume number is all that matters to them, because they can take that to investors and be like, hey, we have like $500 billion, right, of market value being traded on our company daily. Right? So even if you show up for easy money, one, they're hoping you get addicted and you lose money. But two, even if you don't, they can use your trades on this to take to investors to boost their portfolio. And three, there are other predictions being bet on these predictions. And four, they will steal money from you. Right? They had one for Bernie Sanders. Like, what does Bernie Sanders say in this Greensboro rally speech? Does he say Trump? Does he say the word market? Right? he said the word market, and then I think it was Kalshi resolved the bet to being, no, he didn't say it. And now you're out of money because Kalshi decided that like the bet didn't technically count or whatever. I wonder the options of what will happen politically is manufacturing consent to. Like what people expect is going to happen is more likely to happen. Yeah, 100%. 100%. There are people on, I think I saw on Twitter, who are like looking at Kalshi to be like, well, see, you know, people hate, I don't know, Kamala Harris because she has a low prediction odds to run. And it's like, this is what we're doing? Or people like Kamala Harris because she has a high prediction odds to run. I'm like, what are we doing? What are we doing, bro? You feel me? Outside these bathrooms. Hold on.
Price return before 2027, and when the U.S. will strike Iran. But to this unholy list of questions, I'd like to add one of my own. Why is this allowed? In the rapidly evolving genus of prediction markets, two species stand above them all: Polymarket and Kalshi. These companies are strikingly similar beasts who together are largely responsible for the recent prediction markets boom. In just the last year, they've partnered with news agencies and sports leagues, launched massive ad campaigns, and each reached valuations of about $10 billion while processing over $1 billion from users every week. Folks, it's prediction markets world, and we're living in it.
Prediction markets are the future.
Predictions markets, very hot right now.
Google announcing it will integrate Kalshi's data into their search results.
The NHL just became the first major U.S. pro league to strike licensing deals with prediction market platforms.
An everyday person could liquidate their 401k and bet it on how many times the Chipotle CEO is going to say carne asada in their earnings call.
Prediction markets are going to be the next thing, separating your boyfriend from his salary.
I've been getting into prediction markets, and I think more people should be involved.
So we bought $100 that it's gonna go up. I'm locked in. No! Yo, this is emotional.
But prediction markets weren't always the multi-billion-dollar addiction apps that your husband checks on his phone immediately post-climax. In fact, prediction markets got their start as the insignificant fringe interest of enormous nerds. In 1998, faculty members at the University of Iowa created experimental prediction markets to discover what we could learn from letting people bet on things like the presidential election. The Commodity Futures Trading Commission, which oversees pretty much all trading, let them run the experiment so long as they kept the money dial turned down for non-profit/academia purposes. But now these things are most certainly non-profit. In fact, they're mucho profit.
Did you see this coming? This explosion of prediction markets?
Anybody that says they saw this coming is full of shit, I'll tell you that much. It was so small, there was nothing going on in the background.
Dustin Gauker is a reporter who writes Event Horizons, a fantastic newsletter on prediction markets, if I do say so myself. Dustin explained to me why, at its core, the idea of prediction markets is so potentially valuable in the eyes of the world's beta-blocked VC bros.
Information is money, right? Information is super valuable. The more information you can have about world events and what's to come, that information is power. Like if you can tap into that information, then you have something. And again, this is why major financial interests are really getting into this and really find this interesting.
The major financial interests Dustin is talking about here are, among other things, investment banks and hedge funds, a few of which are hiring traders for prediction markets, titans of traditional news media, Venmo, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Donald Trump Jr., who's an advisor to Polymarket and Kalshi, and his daddy, whose social media platform is making their own prediction market, Truth Predict. The fundamental argument for prediction markets' usefulness is that they tap into the so-called wisdom of crowds, turning them into an extremely accurate predictive tool. The idea is that if you get a large number of people betting on something, you're going to approximate the best possible guess at the outcome. With modern prediction markets specifically, this has to do with the sheer number of people betting, but also the types of people betting. Experts and people with inside information could be incentivized to get in on the action. These traits were immediately noted by economists in the early 2000s who noticed that the Iowa electronics market was actually predicting political outcomes better than most experts and pollsters. We also saw an example of this in the 2024 presidential election, when traditional forecasting methods had the race as a toss-up, but prediction markets saw it as a clear Trump dub. And it's this kind of stuff that has Kalshi claiming their predictions are as good as Wall Street, and as Polymarket CEO Shane Copeland feeling confident enough to talk a big game to this immortal news elf.
And how accurate is it?
It's the most accurate thing we have as mankind right now, until someone else creates some sort of super crystal ball.
But perhaps you're wondering how the Benny Blanco of Peter Thiel's got away with running this multi-billion-dollar company. I thought prediction markets were supposed to be non-profit. And in Iowa, what happened? Compliance. It can be a scary word. Don't matter if you're a chief information security officer at a goddamn enterprise business, a startup founder, or a plain old employee. But compliance doesn't have to be scary, no ma'am. Not if you choose Vanta. Vanta turns compliance into compliance. I'm calm. No matter.
Was that a hashtag ad? No. I'm back. Sorry.
This unholy list of questions, I'd like
It
to
is
add one
rewind
of my
time.
own.
It's rewind time. Remember when YouTube rewind was a thing, chat?
Why is this allowed? In the rapidly evolving genus of prediction markets, two species stand above them.
You said genus. That sounds like penis.
Them all. Polymarket and Kalshi. These companies are strikingly similar beasts who together are largely responsible for the recent prediction markets boom. In just the last year, they've partnered with news agencies and sports leagues, launched massive ad campaigns, and each reached valuations of about $10 billion while processing over $1 billion from users every week. Folks, it's prediction markets world, and we're living in it.
Prediction markets are the future.
Predictions markets, very hot right now.
Google announcing it will.
Hey, if it makes you feel better, they're all going to be gone in 2-3 years anyway. So.
Integrate Kalshi's data into their search results.
The NHL just became the first major U.S. pro league to strike licensing deals with prediction.
You say that? I mean, yeah. Oh, come on. Come here. Nah, you can't. Stop turning over. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Just a little baby. No, she's like freaking 10 months old now, bro. She old enough to know better. How old are you, doggy? We're in June, July, August, September, October, November, January, February. June. 8 months. Hey. Hey, what's your deal? What's your dealio? What's your dealio? Stop, stop, stop. 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 You just want to tend. See? Look at you. Look at you. You almost fell because you're playing around too much. It's funny she only does this when I'm streaming. You know what I mean? When I didn't stream yesterday, we literally both laid down right here while I read my book, and she just kind of clawed at my hand. And that was it. She didn't jump on me. She didn't do anything crazy. Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. Nope, that wasn't an invitation. That wasn't an invitation. Stop. Get down. Get down. That wasn't an invitation. I'm sorry. Go sit down. Stop. Go sit. Go. Go. Sit down. Next. Fine.
Market platforms.
An everyday person could liquidate their 401k and bet it on how many times the Chipotle CEO is going to say carne asada in their earnings call.
Prediction markets are going to be.
She was not saying that like it was a good thing, right? No shot was she saying that any person can liquidate their 401k and then bet it on how many times the Chipotle CEO will say carne asada. She did not. She did not. She did not. She's saying that as it's a bad thing, right? I can't. I do not believe people actually think like that.
The next thing, separating your boyfriend from his salary.
I've been getting into prediction markets, and I think more people should be involved.
So we bought $100.
Yeah, of course you think that because you want to take more money from them, or you will lose more money from them. That's it. The more people that are involved, the bigger the pool of money is that you could potentially win. Anyway. Right? So if there's only 2 people involved, you bet $5, they bet $5, you can potentially make $10. However, if there are 100 people involved and you bet $5 and they all bet $5, you can potentially make, $500. Or you only lose $5, right? You only win the more people are involved. It's like a pump and dump scheme, a little bit.
No! Yo, this is emotional.
But prediction markets weren't always the multi-billion-dollar addiction apps that your husband
You already
checks on
do,
his
and you can. It's called a chat predictions, and it doesn't cost you freaking money to do.
phone immediately post-climax. In fact, prediction markets got their start as
Also, this is crazy,
phone
right?
immediately
They
post-climax.
changed this. Now you can do BTC 5-minute up or down. And chat, you'd be asking, what is that? What is that? Well, what that is you can bet within a 5-minute period whether or not a different speculative asset, which is Bitcoin, goes up or it goes down. So you could bet $5, or you can bet $5 on Bitcoin going up. Go and invest $5 in Bitcoin so that it does go up, and then try to cash out, making more money than you actually put in. So if you are a multimillionaire, you can bet $500,000 on Bitcoin going up and then invest $500,000 into Bitcoin, within 5 minutes, cash out of Kalshi, pull out of Bitcoin, and you're quadruple dipping, bro. You have your original money you put into Bitcoin, your original money you put into Kalshi, your money you won off of Kalshi, and the money you won off of Bitcoin. Gambling is one of the most evil, legally allowed, exploitative schemes after private interests and payday loans. Yeah. But I would say it almost to the point where it's getting worse than payday loans, because with payday loans, you're being scammed, but it's like vulnerable people who need it, who go and get payday loans. With prediction markets, you think you can win. They pitch you this idea that you can win. You go to a loan shark, you're getting sharked out, right? You just think that maybe you can pay it back, but you're gambling thinking nah, I'm up, I'm gonna beat not even just the house now, but other people on this app, and you don't understand that the other people on this app are not like you. They're multimillionaires who are rigging the market, and we'll see in 10 to 15 years, federal regulation come down, and people being arrested for rigging these markets. You're going to see millionaires and billionaires right now. Not billionaires, obviously not billionaires. You will see millionaires and multimillionaires right now, right? Who are going to be arrested 10 years, 15, 20 years down the line for insider trading for stuff like this. Guaranteed.
In fact, prediction markets got their start as the insignificant fringe interest of enormous nerds. In 1998, faculty members at the University of Iowa created experimental prediction markets to discover what we could learn from letting people bet on things like the presidential election. The Commodity Futures Trading Commission, which oversees pretty much all trading, let them run the experiment so long as they kept the money dial turned down to 4 nonprofit research/academia purposes. But now these things are most certainly non-profit. In fact, they're mucho profit.
Did you see this coming? This explosion of prediction markets?
Anybody that says they saw this coming is full of shit, I'll tell you that much. It was so small, there was nothing going on in the background.
Dustin Gauker is a reporter who writes Event Horizons, a fantastic
And I think in a parallel universe where we weren't living under a Trump presidency, I don't think it would have gotten as popular as it did. I think it still would have been popular. But I think the worsening material conditions under Trump 1, Biden 1, and then Trump 2 caused for this to happen in the first place. That's it. Right? So if we lived in a parallel universe where Bernie Sanders won the 2016 election. Yo! Come here. Where'd you even get that from? I had to take it from her quickly because if I didn't, she would run away with it. Gambling was on the rise, though. To a certain extent, right? But again, I don't even think gambling being on the rise would mean that this was as bad as it. Like crypto gambling is, again, same thing. Only came to a head because of the worsening material conditions. Again, it would still have been our thing. But the fact that people, like regular people, are using it as like an escape would not be a thing if their material conditions were satisfied. Linacon want to put a stop to this real quick, or at least neuter a lot of it. That's not true. Because Linacon didn't do that for crypto gambling. Under Biden. Right? Linacon had her hands full with other stuff. But that just wasn't her focus. Careful, there's a wolf on the bed, yeah.
Prediction markets, if I do say so myself. Dustin explained to me why, at its core, the idea of prediction markets is so potentially valuable in the eyes of the world's beta-blocked VC bros.
Information is money, right? Information is super valuable. The more information you can have about world events and what's to come, that information is power. Like if you can tap into that information, then you have something. And again, this is why major financial interests are really getting into this and really find this interesting.
The major financial interests Dustin is talking about here are, among other things, investment banks and hedge funds, a few of which are hiring traders for prediction markets, titans of traditional news media, Venmo, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Donald Trump Jr., who's an advisor to Polymarket and Kalshi, and his daddy, whose social media platform is making their own prediction market, Truth Predict. The fundamental argument for prediction markets' usefulness is that they tap into the so-called
insane, bro. I think prediction markets are already bad, but integrating prediction markets into other social media is worse. And news outlets, media outlets, right? Having prediction markets for the freaking news is even worse. Significantly worse.
called wisdom of crowds, turning them into an extremely accurate predictive tool. The idea is that if you get a large number of people betting on something, you're going to approximate the best possible guess at the outcome. With modern prediction markets specifically, this has to do with the sheer number of people betting, but also the types of people betting. Experts and people with inside information could be incentivized to get in on the action. These traits were immediately noted by economists in the early 2000s who noticed that the Iowa electronics market was actually predicting political outcomes better than most experts and pollsters. We also saw an example of this.
Pollsters are significant frauds, to be entirely fair. Like, you can literally have a goldfish predict outcomes better than pollsters. Like, that's not saying much.
2024 presidential election, when traditional forecasting methods had the race as a toss-up, but prediction markets saw it as a clear Trump dub. And it's this kind of
stuff. Yeah, because those pollsters were stupid. You know who also has a clear Trump dub? Me. Like, what are we talking about? Okay, but it's a guess. If people reliably got it right, then no one will be betting against after a certain point. Yeah, I mean, they're coping. It's kind of the point.
Kalshi claiming their predictions are as good as Wall Street, and as Polymarket CEO Shane Copeland,
but also confident Wall Street is also completely speculative. What are we talking about? Like, yeah, it's just the same group of people. The same people who are investing money into these companies in on Wall Street are the same people who are going to buy certain products when they're made by certain companies to help their investment and invest in the companies doing well on Kalshi. It's not that like Kalshi can predict better than other betting services or pollsters or whatever. It's like Kalshi is following the same underlying principles that causes the pollsters to choose what they choose in the first place, or causes the Wall Street to choose what they choose in the first place. There's an argument here like, what would a speculative prediction market tell us that we wouldn't already know just from like watching the news? They welcome insider trading. Yes, because that's kind of the entire point of it. If they made money, they get paid. If they lose money, they get bailed out. It's a win-win for the investors. Yeah.
Enough to talk a big game to this immortal news elf.
And how accurate is it?
It's the most accurate thing we have as mankind right now, until someone else creates some sort of super crystal ball.
But perhaps you're wondering how the Benny Blanco of Peter Thiel's got away with running this multi-billion-dollar company. I thought prediction markets were supposed to be non-profit. And in Iowa, what happened? Compliance. It can be a scary word. Don't matter if you're a chief information security officer at a goddamn enterprise business, a startup founder, or plain old.
It just means you have to stop all the fun stuff from happening. So you just don't listen to compliance.
Employee. But compliance doesn't have to be scary, no ma'am. Not if you choose Vanta. Vanta turns compliance into compliance. I'm calm. No matter how big you are or fast you're moving, you can trust Vanta's automation to get you complying quickly and painlessly. Keep you secure with continuous monitoring. And make sure you're not screwing up important stuff like audits. You do not want to screw up audits. It's what my great-grandpappy used to tell me during visiting hours at that white-collar prison they kept him in. We'll clear his name one day. But with Vanta, you don't have to worry about any of that, folks. Breathe in that compliance, baby. Breathe that shit in. Head on over to vanta.com/goodwork to get started. That's vanta.com/goodwork. Thanks very much to our friends over at Vanta for sponsoring this video. Now, let's get back to it. Now, quick lesson on legalized gambling for you. Here in the United States, if you're going to create a gambling product, first off, great idea. You're going to become a trillionaire. But second of all, you're going to need to hire a high-functioning team of cold, heartless lawyers to machete their way through jungles of red tape to launch said gambling product. It took the sports betting industry years and years of lobbying and groundwork to launch their products, because gambling is regulated by the states, not the federal government, so they had to do
Good thing that this is not gambling. That is predictive betting markets, and it's a totally different thing, legally distinct, by the way.
The whole process state by state, and they've still got 11 more states to go. But Kalshi and Polymarket, these cats work smarter, not harder. They looked at everything you have to do to legally launch a gambling product and said, but what if it wasn't a gambling product? Dustin, how's this shit not illegal?
That's a big question. That's the question everybody's grappling with right now. It's legal because it's federally regulated under the Commodity Futures Trading Commission.
Now, if you'll remember, the good people over at the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, who oversee futures and other derivatives trading, not juicy enough. Excellent. Basically, prediction markets like Kalshi and Polymarket consider themselves to be closer to the IO electronics market than DraftKings. By this logic, their argument to the CFTC is that what they offer isn't a gambling product, but instead markets to trade futures contracts on real-world events that have meaningful economic consequences.
We're a neutral, transparent financial market. We're like the New York Stock Exchange.
Right. What is the difference between gambling and prediction markets?
There hasn't been a single financial derivative that has been set up in the US or otherwise that hasn't been called gambling at the beginning.
Now, we're starting to get into some sticky legal territory here, and if I'm keeping it 100, I do not 100% comprendo. And whenever that happens,
I will also say, no shot that flies with any meaningful regulator. Maybe under Trump, it'll be chill for the next 2 years, but any Democrat, maybe he said Gavin Newsom, but any other Democrat in office with a, regular, normal, regulatory agency would strike that down immediately. They think they're like, they can like play this game being like, oh no, technically technically speaking, we're not gambling. That it will not fly anywhere. Like, it'll get shut down in the EU first, because obviously it's the EU, and then any regulator worth their salt will shut it down. Also, keep in mind that like they're competing with casinos and sports betting, right? So you're gonna have casinos and sports betting who are gonna try their own prediction markets. When they realize that they're not making in billions of dollars that they should, they will get prediction markets banned so that they can be the leaders in gambling. Trust.
Always sure to call up a professor of business law at Seton Hall Law School.
I'm a professor of business law at Seton Hall.
Why are you scared?
Home
of basketball players.
Glenn, what's your mascot? What's your mascot you got over there?
I should know this, but
you don't know. We'll edit that part out. So home of the
Pirates.
There you go. I tasked old Ilya Balin here with translating the legalese by which Polymarket and Kalshi argue they're permitted to operate their platforms across the country.
The instruments that prediction markets use are styled as derivatives, and they can be styled as swaps. They can also potentially be styled as futures or options, but irrespective of which derivative they're styled as, once they're characterized as a derivative, they, subject to some considerations, can be listed on a derivatives exchange. This goes back to late 1800s, early 1900s. A major exchange, the Chicago Board of Trade, and there were a few other exchanges too. It was hosting some real trading in grain, the years of the Civil War, foodstuffs. It also started trading what are called futures, a certain grade of a commodity at a certain price at some future date. And these were the first exchange-traded derivatives we saw in the U.S.
His words were going in my mouth and up to my brain with a speed and complexity I was frankly uncomfortable with. I needed to reestablish control. I just want to let you know, no matter how hard you try, I'm right there with you.
I love it.
I know it might not look like it, but mentally, I'm exactly where you are.
I like walking
without the internet. Well, they had horse-drawn carriages and buggies that would take little sheets of paper with I want to buy 2 carrots, but in 6 months for $5. And that was taken in a 2-month journey back to the carrot company. And they were like, you got a deal, because carrot prices are going to go down a lot in 6 months when you buy it. And then they gave the guy some carrots, right? And they were like, okay, goodbye. And the guy delivered the carrots 4 months after that. And so the guy got his carrots at a higher price than what the carrots were actually priced at 6 months later. And that's how babies are born.
And company is good in them.
I'm in that woods with you. I'm in that woods with you, brother. If it's economic,
okay, if you don't know, I have no idea, bro. I have no clue. I made that entirely up. I don't know how it worked without internet. I barely know how it works now.
Function and utility, that's the key to legalization here. How come I'm looking on prediction markets and there's a 5% chance that Jesus is going to come back?
Yeah, no, it's a great question.
Thank you.
I don't
The
believe it.
explanation is drift. The explanation is
I don't believe it's. I don't. This is
What does that mean?
You start at a place where something makes a lot of sense, and then circumstances evolve, and products, financial products, as all these evolutions are taking place, they change. At each step, the new one sort of resembles the status quo, but the steps get further and further from that core, including the core purposes that an instrument, at the time it was brought into the regulatory system, was designed to serve.
Thank you, Ilya. That was beautiful. But it also alludes to why, again, this all feels like it shouldn't be allowed.
I think my problem with Kalshi has been they tell us that none of what they're doing is gambling. That's the big thing. The argument is, so under the CFTC, everything has an economic consequence. If you're allowing event contracts, it has to have an economic consequence, right, in the world. So in that world, everything has an economic consequence. I can invent an economic consequence to everything. But yeah, there's this line of things that are really important markets, you know, Fed interest rate cuts, the price of Bitcoin. These are things that are like very easy to diagnose. They have an economic consequence.
I like how
in
the
world.
fact that
All these
futures has become 5 minutes in the future. Like, no, you're betting and not gambling, betting on futures. By futures, I mean what's going to happen in 5 minutes. Will I drop this pencil on the ground? Get your bets in now. Will I drop this pencil on the ground? It's going to happen in 2 minutes. Ready? Up. Whoop. Yes, I did. Whoa, that's crazy. Congrats to all the believers who believed that I would do it. And myself, because I betted $20 million myself.
Other things are more just for betting and speculation. And again, like we have these things because there hasn't been a whole lot of thought. You know, Kalshi insists everything's an event, everything can be traded, and there you go. You get everything in the world. And again, the CFTC has just kind of said, sure, it's all an event. We're not going to stop you.
And amongst the events that take place daily in our world, there is none bigger than sports, which dominate prediction market volume and make them seem pretty gambly. Kalshi in particular has made a big push into sports, which has been a huge source of growth. The number's constantly changing, but as of late 2025, about 90% of the fees Kalshi was collecting on trades came from sports. Trades like taking Los Angeles L over New York K in pro basketball. Clearly, day and night, from gambling on the Los Angeles Lakers to beat the New York Knicks on DraftKings. And if you're thinking, well, gee, Dan, Kalshi's argument for this not being sports gambling is feeling pretty thin, well, when they first launched sports contracts, they literally ran ads saying sports betting is now legal in all 50 states. Kalshi has now distanced themselves from this language, but come on. Let's zoom out from the nitty-gritty and activate common sense mode here. The vast majority of people think that sports contracts are gambling and not financial contracts. God damn it, I even found a guy who's pretty much a professional prediction markets trader, and even he thinks it's ridiculous these things aren't classified as gambling.
On Kalshi, I got $250,000, and I'm out of cash constantly because there's so much stuff to trade on every single day.
So you've made $250,000 on Kalshi, or that's what you currently have?
That's what I currently have. I think I'm at like 550,000 or 560,000 in pre-earnings there, and I really started in March of 2024. I've been asked by companies to respond to reporters and say that's not gambling, and it's like, well, I don't really believe that, so look for somebody else. If you're arguing that it's not gambling, you got a tough battle ahead of you. But there's different types of gambling. Like if I'm flipping a coin and calling it, there's no skill to that, right? It's 50-50, you're right or you're wrong. But something like a poker or prediction markets or the stock market, there's ways to give yourself an edge. So you have to have
yeah, it's called insider trading. I think poker is slightly different, right? In that it is a legitimate skilled game. Right? I still don't personally. I'm not too fond of poker, but it is a skilled game, and it is different from both the stock market and Kalshi and predictive markets and stuff. Poker, you also don't play against the house. You play against other players. Yeah, but that's what Kalshi says. You're playing against other players. The problem is that the resolution of these bets from predictive markets is coming from the house. So even if you're not officially playing against the house is collecting a fee from every bet placed to win or lose, and they determine what bets win or lose. And I guarantee we're going to find out in a few years, 5 to 10 years, that the people who are running these predictive betting services are insider trading. Why would they not?
an edge of some sort. If you're an idiot, you're probably not going to do well.
Move based on what other players are betting. Not necessarily. All sport betting, not all gambling. Okay, then yeah, we agree. I was gonna say, like casinos, like slots and such, are like your odds don't necessarily change based on other players betting. It changes based on what the house wants, right? So the house can just decide to give themselves a higher edge because why not? And you will have no idea, and you got to suck it up and take it. I say this to somebody who I think I've only The only time that I've bet was at a casino, like 2 years back, and I left with more money than I came in with, and I didn't really feel the need to go back. Slots are actually fun though. They have lights and sounds.
So you got to have some level of intelligence.
Idiots are not going to do well in these.
I would recommend, if you're an idiot, do not join this unless you want to just lose money for fun.
Ultimately, law has to be about the people, not the legalese. What's the difference when you open up a wager on the Red Sox game on, say, FanDuel versus Kalshi? Why is one gambling?
One is regulated, like legitimately regulated, but also both are bad. Hot take. I don't like either of them. Both are bad. I'm anti-gambling. Just in general. I mean, $500K, but also don't do this unless you want to lose money. I mean, to be fair, like, what else is he supposed to say, you know?
The other
This is why I dislike how readily and openly streamers are talking about gambling now. Right? You have like Lacey and Ludwig going back and forth about who owes who like $10,000 and like how much Lacey made off the Super Bowl and what, you know what I mean? Like, you're like, no matter like what you say, you're essentially grooming your young audience to be okay with this gambling stuff. Right? Even if you do it the most legitimate and moral and ethical way you can possibly, I still think you're putting this idea in your audience. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I was and am fine with gambling to at certain points and places, but definitely against how available it is at the fingertips now. It should be a friction between partaking in gambling. Yeah, it's kind of how I feel about like alcohol. You know what I mean? A little bit. Like, there needs to be regulations to mitigate people who are dangerous consuming alcohol, or consuming alcohol is dangerous for them to getting it. You know? And people are like, no, I think this is like people being like, yeah, sure, it's bad, but no, I think every house should have a alcohol faucet. You should have your water faucet in your sink, and then you should have your vodka faucet that you can get, you know, your state mandated vodka from. And you're just like, no, I don't think that's a good idea, actually. Yeah, any faucet. I don't think you should be able to, like, all houses to come with a beer tap in it. I don't. I think that's a bad thing. Give me my keys. Biggest thing about public misunderstanding is gambling, as it used to be, plus or minus 110 to win 100. Now it's plus or minus 200, so the house rarely loses money. Alcohol for cleaning, right? No, I mean like drinking alcohol. Like, to be fair, you know. But like, I meant like alcohol for consumption. Vodka's part of your utility, though.
Financial activity that's regulated by the federal government.
Socialism is with no built-in breweries, lines in the house. True, I believe that. Actually,
laywoman, can't come up with a good justification for that distinction. I think we're sort of in real trouble.
To be clear, I don't think prediction markets should be banned. I think that there is some value, and I think people should be able to interact with them how they want, but I do think that the regulation around them has to shift.
New correspondent is Kyla Scanlon, an author and economics commentator who recently published an op-ed about the dangers of prediction markets in some rag called the New York Times.
I try to stay away from good and bad as words, but I think the reason it might be something to be cautious about is because of what the platforms incentivize, which is that insider trading. They also have a lot of really questionable markets. So, you know, there's markets on whether or not the leader of Iran will be overthrown. There's markets on all of these things that maybe, again, we shouldn't be betting on. And so there's sort of this validation that the mainstream outlets are providing to prediction markets when they do partner with them and talk about the odds as sort of this consensus reality, like this thing that we should all accept is happening because there's, you know, bets that it's going to happen. I'm not saying that people are wrong for doing this, it makes sense. And I think it ties into the broader issue of financial nihilism, where people feel like they can't get ahead, so they might as well go bet on all of
Hey,
this.
that's what I said. I said this exactly. But notice what is happening from a smarter person online. People will believe it more. I told you it's because of material conditions. It's because of worsening material conditions. That's why this stuff is so popular. You fix their material conditions, they won't do stuff like this. Actually, it's wrong to say that. I disagree.
Stuff, but that creates further desensitization too. So I think you can become more attached to something happening, but becoming more attached to a leader getting overthrown because you have money on the line, I think that psychologically and morally, morals are tough, but like that's a tough one to process, right?
Indeed, it seems to me that what these prediction market companies are doing isn't so much
Does New York just have like
capitalizing on
piles of giant ice in the roads? If people live here,
their potential economic
I vote for Mamdani if he gets rid of these giant piles of ice. I can't even vote for him. I don't live in New York.
value, but rather the general chaos of our world, fueled by a never-ending media cycle and the crippling gambling addiction me and the boys developed after parlaying on Aaron Rodgers back in 2011. I mean, this is what happens when you pump your dorky finance product with 100 fluid ounces of VC-backed cash steroids. It's a brass strategy. But will that strategy work out for them in the long run? Seems to be a gamble they're willing to take. You can bet on that.
Ha.
Casino. For good work, I'm Dan Toomey.
Decent video. I bet we'll all be bankrupt in 8 months. True. Betting my $100, I make a first comment and it's gone. Rip. So that's Kalshi in betting, and watch my video on it. Gambling on Twitch needs to stop. My video is my video. It's not.
$2025
I
now.
hate Klarna. I hate Kalshi. I hate finfluencers.
The weakest year of jobs growth since
SVB
the
is now the
pandemic.
biggest
Now,
American
on
bank
the other
to
hand,
fail.
Monitoring
the
very
unemployment
carefully.
Why do I keep seeing stupid Kalshi ads on my For You page? Or those influencers bragging about their Miami skyrise? Why is Klarna clearly advertising to a feminine demographic and making sure to keep every person locked into a mountain of debt for the rest of their lives, all while they rake in millions of profits and laugh in front of your face with ASAP Rocky and a website made with Canva Pro? Kalshi lets you bet on anything, Klarna lets you pay for anything, and any finfluencer is just grifting off your despair while Caleb Hammer screams at the top of his lungs.
I'm not trying to ask what's going on. We know everything is fucked. And I'm not a finance guy. All I do is play Fallout 4 and build sick-ass settlements. I'm just here to fucking rant. Because I'm done. I'm done! I'm done! I'm fucking done! Fuck!
Also, quick disclaimer, I don't have Patreon anymore. YouTube memberships, 99 cents a month. I want to make it really cheap because I'm broke too. If you want to show support, that's fine. I give you icons that I made myself. Look at that.
Super Bowl
That's pretty
20's
cool.
ad that I didn't
My
watch?
friends don't
Hey,
think
neither.
it looks cool. All right, thank you. Back to the video. The finance influencer is just a modern day snake oil seller. This method over here can cure cholera in a matter of hours. Hey, do you have dysentery? Take a swig of this potion here. Hey, are you broke?
2 Fallout mentions in a minute? Dog, he does love Fallout 4.
Here's 5 crypto tips that the elite don't want you to know. Before in the 2000s, back when Dave Ramsey and The Big Short were
Wait,
things
is that
people
Rich
looked up
Dad
to
from
as
Rich
the
Dad
one.
Poor
A
Dad?
swig of this potion here. Hey, are you broke? Here's 5 crypto tips that the elite don't want you to know. Before in the 2000s, back when Dave Ramsey and The Big Short were things people looked up to for the common man, you also had the rise of YouTubers realizing their platform could be converted to the millennial and Gen Z audience. They had a step in the game because the unks at the time didn't know how to make a good YouTube video. You know, all they knew was TV was king and YouTube was just a place for tutting tutorials.
Deep cut.
But every golden age comes the touters, the swindlers, the Miami gurus.
I played League.
Once they see a potential avenue for success, their brains start evolving like a sleeper agent, and soon they have Jordan Belfort for their profile picture. They start reading Rich Dad Poor Dad and tell their friends about crypto, dropshipping, or Forex. I'm sure you know what a Miami guru is at this point. It's the shit you see online about a 17 or 18-year-old flexing about their cars and tell people to buy their course. In summary, they rent everything. Nothing's real. Their car, their Airbnb, it's fake. It's like Chinese girls that take turns renting cars and luxury bags for the week just in the hopes that the rich man will marry them. They've turned social media platforms into Figueroa
At least
Street
that's
and
more respectable. Hot take. Deadlock next is really, really good. I do not have that much fun playing Deadlock. I tried a few times. That's just me though. Maybe next time.
Dudes at 3 a.m. by lifting their skirt up a little bit. And this whole finance tip scene has been dominated by dudes for all this time, but now I'm starting to see girls do this too, as a finance or UGC girly.
650. I
Let's be real.
Love seeing women in men dominated spaces. Scammers.
Real. The dream of a stay-at-home wife is gone. Sorry guys, but instead of the white picket fence life you wanted, it's you coming home to your 600 square foot apartment from a 12-hour shift as an RN while the hubby rages at ARC Raiders and wants to DoorDash Jack in the Box for the 8th time. So in her escapism, she doom scrolls Instagram and realizes, oh hey, I'm pretty sure 80% of other girls are dealing with the same thing. What if I create a channel that subtly flexes all my accomplishments and tell people to buy my course, but instead of a masculine energy, I'm throwing soft flash transitions and Canva-made titles to entice another audience. I don't think this is really ever criticized, and as a guy, I know I'm not the best vessel. Like for the optics, I know I'm low-key just kind of giving this energy. Fine. I'm not saying every girl influencer is bad. That's a stupid take. Some of these people like Clobert Money Coach is a prime example of genuine advice, free shit, and gives step-by-step tutorials on things to do. But on the other side, you have the typical girly pop that says things like, here's how I made $35,000 a month as a 21-year-old living in New York City. Yup, that's right. No debt, 7-figure income, and living on my own. And you could be just like me too, because I followed 3 easy steps. Step number 1, you should start investing. Step 2, track your finances. Step 3, diversify.
Okay, to be entirely fair, he's doing a pretty good job at this. This is true. This is the For You page. Not my For You page, but the For You page.
Investments. Comment money for a free PDF guide. Then you click their link and it's like a $10 spreadsheet template to keep track of your budget. What the fuck? They wouldn't be selling $10 courses if they made so much money. It's just an endless cycle of stupid slop from
But
guys
you don't
and girls
understand. They want to share the advice, but they can't do it for free because that's poor people shit, you know? So they have to do it for money.
think they're creative, but all they do is have the personality of an empty Notion template. And while we're at it, fuck Kalshi. For those that don't know, literally it's just an app where you could bet on anything. Like if Trump gets impeached, what the hottest temperature in New York's gonna be, or some Oscar nomination. I don't care about gambling, but it's the co-founders that are so cringe and keep calling this product a prediction market and trying to sound smart, turning events into assets. It's just gambling. No one is buying your bullshit. You're trying to act like it's an innovative market when your main demographic is probably some 18-year-old that wouldn't hesitate to go all in on will my mom make a sandwich for me tonight. Like, look at his failed attempt at an AMA on Reddit. Everyone is just calling out his product on how bad it is. It's clear this is the second recession indicator, but I don't want to just say
you know who talked about that? Me. I did talk about that. And I feel like everybody's afraid to say it.
I've been doing some reading, some learning. Think about writing a book. It's called 1929 by Andrew Sorkin, and it talks about all the current events that led up to the Great Depression. And what happened was the rise of speculation markets and ghost debt, but we'll also get into that. To give you some context, around this time, only the wealthy could trade stocks in America since stocks were so pricey. But a man named Charles Merrill, creator of Merrill Lynch, told his board, "Squad, what if we
Where did Knicks go?
killed all the poor people?" This then started the concept of buying stocks on margin, which meant getting a loan for his stock. How it works was a banker told the common man, "Hey, you only got 10 bucks, but this stock is worth 100. Give us that 10, we'll have the banks loan you $90, and if that stock goes up to $110, you can sell that and end up with 20 bucks, so 100% return on investment." He went so far as to say that if a man is already buying fridges and cars on loans, why can't they buy a piece of corporate America too? And with this new mindset, alongside just no regulations and no government oversight, the market went crazy. Then they lost it all. Then everyone went broke. But then one rich person who was behind the speculation markets and was telling everyone to buy went to court, but then he was declared not guilty.
That's what happens.
So yeah, this, but there's another thing that wasn't necessarily a root cause of the Great Depression, but there was something called bucket shops. These were businesses usually run by gangs that allowed gambling based on the price of stocks or commodities. So when people went and said, "I'm putting 10 bucks that this stock price goes up," they're not holding that stock. They're just betting on their speculation. Kalshi is pretty much these two things packed into one. And with the analogy of 1929, sure, they can't give people loans to buy into a trade or stock now, but you're still giving people an easier way to bet, which is kind of the main point. You have something like Polymarket 2, which is essentially the same thing, but it's all done on crypto, which honestly, it's fine, because let's face it, if you're betting shit with crypto, you're already just degen and you have no chance of redemption of like a normal person. If I had to create some analogy, let's talk about partnerships that casinos have with elderly homes. With Asian elderly immigrants, let's relate them to low-income people in America. Casinos, Kalshi, offer bus rides to elderly folks from their retirement homes to take the trek and gamble there for the day and bring it back later. They're a vulnerable group and they know it. Kalshi makes this easier by providing a product that, with just the right marketing budget, they can entice people from their shitty lives and be like, "Hey man, we can help you out actually. We're right in front of your doorstep. Your life sucks? Just fucking download our app and make some money." And if you're sitting there in the retirement home, day after day, drinking stale Folgers from a plastic cup, sitting through monotonous bingo nights, you know you shouldn't do it, but it just gets the better of you. Because what other help, what other service is gonna help you with your life right now? From the looks of it, that fucking six-wheeler is the only thing out there. And it's the same kind of ethics with a product like Klarna. Not just the fact that it preys on low income, it's the shadow debt that they're creating. Going back in the time, there was no such thing as credit scores. It was just kind of based off your vibes. They didn't even check if you made your loan.
Okay, interesting, interesting. He doesn't seem like a bad creator. He's hitting all the high notes.
Back before, they'd write shit down on some report and say, "Oh yeah, no, he's chill, but he's fucking bronze at Valorant." Fast forward now, our credit score relies on
Not me,
loans.
I'm gold, so.
We paid them off, if you missed a few months, and how much debt you have. With Klarna and a bunch of other guys, they've turned it into a gray area.
It is racism. It's primarily.
Your groceries that you're
But
spending.
then they got rid of that racism and replaced it with different racism, which is just credit score racism.
It doesn't affect your credit score. Just a few months and how much debt you have. With Klarna and a bunch of other guys, they've turned it into a gray area because your groceries that you're spending on Klarna doesn't affect your credit score. Which in turn could create a lot of overconsumption and a lot of risk assessments, not seeing the Klarna payments, and then you could have a lot of defaults happen, and then you could see the economy just kind of fuck over again. Okay, bye. But recently, FICO has made its way to make it clear that buying more expensive loans like that $2,000 couch off Klarna will show an effect in your credit score, and other buy now, pay later companies are doing the same. But when it comes to smaller payments like groceries, some are still holding back, saying it will unfairly hurt their users. But it's fucking wrong. You're a company that's modeled for those in a crisis. For those that can't afford everyday things, you're a loan shark sniffing out those in a bad spot and saying, "Damn, you broke? Let me fuck you." And just like all these apps, their marketing team is in overdrive to try and make their thing as palatable as possible, which I just so fucking annoying. Finance influencers keep pretending they're making organic content when there's always some call to action about their shitty course or spreadsheet. Kalshi keeps trying to mask itself like a stock portfolio, but their Instagram reels are just meme ads for gambling. And Klarna makes their website some cool trendy user experience and slaps a pink background on their logo to prove, yeah, I'm a hit product, I'm cool. Happy New Year on LinkedIn. I'm just here to rant because everything's just so stupid and annoying, and it feels like the only thing you could do is like a tweet or reel that talks shit about these companies. So at the end of the day, I don't know, man. Bye.
True. Hey, gambling on Twitch needs to stop. Where is the video at? Don't recommend me this video, please. Thank you. Good video though. Yeah. Is it time to talk about get cucked reviews? LOL. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? Anybody have a link to it? Who is this? It's Chibi Reviews. You know, Chibi Reviews. Here you go. Google.com. Thank you. You know what? Let's watch his video. This is gonna kill my algorithm even more. Wait, hold on, wait.
To the backlash over
Waze made a video about the Ring doorbell. This is the video. I lost everything. He made an update 3 hours ago.
I'm making this video.
If you don't know who this guy is, probably for the best. Let's see if there's a different video
Milo.
about him. This guy sucks. This guy's really bad. Please don't show me a Mizkit video. Also, washed 7 hours, 3.9 thousand views. Mizkit is so washed. Doesn't he have like 1 million subscribers or something? Yeah, he has 1 million subscribers and he gets like 3.9 thousand views, 11,000, 30,000, 16,000, 32,000, 43,000. Washed. Hashtag washed. Hashtag abusive. Hashtag L. Hashtag get cucked. This is genuinely horrible. Of course, Tectone is defending a violent pedophile. Hey, this is me.
PSY Ben 21 just subscribed.
Sideburn, thank you for the
he lost everything,
4 months.
But
he
because
lost everything because
he's been an insufferable prick,
no one cares. Yeah. Anyway, let's just play the video. We'll get to who Chibi Reviews is later. He's a lolly YouTuber who makes like defensive lolly content and anime content and stuff like that. Like, he sucks. He's racist. He's saying like Ice, you know, he cheers on Ice. He's pro Ice. Stuff like that. But this is a video of him. This is receding car and thank you for the raid.
As more of a statement to myself. This video is for me. To put all my thoughts together and just work things out in my own way. Because one of the ways I've always gotten through trauma and hardships in my life, especially in these last years, is to just focus on work. To make videos.
Should I know who this is or care? He's a racist, white supremacist, pro-ICE, misogynistic, pro-lolly YouTuber. That's who he is. There's someone who would defend pedophilia. Well, you pegged him correctly. Just like his fiance pegged his best friend, which we'll get to that in a second.
It's the only joy that I really have. So, you all saw the post. You all have seen.
I didn't see the post. Hold on. Sorry, I didn't show you the post. Here, I'll show you this post. Trying to find it. Okay, I can't show this one. This is the the what? Okay, I'm trying to find where his actual post was. Why is a Twitter banner just? You know what? Whatever. Oh, this is the post he made. Twitter ain't been under one banner since the great Charlie Kirkening. Exactly. This is about Tectone. No, this is Chibi Reviews. Everything I learned about Chibi Reviews against my will, but this is what I've heard. She was 18 and he was 28. He was abusive. He's friends with Tectone. He cheated on her too. He's pro-eyes. He's a lolicon. He's transphobic. He's racist. He's misogynistic. Yeah. This is what he posted. He's like, just lost my fiance, best friend, an entire friend group in 24 hours. I've never been more alone than right now. So that's the post he's talking about. So let's see what he has to say for himself.
You've seen what I've said in the last 24, how many hours? I don't know. It's just, I'm just going to give you a full rundown of just everything that happened. Maybe I'm oversharing. This will be used against me to mock me or whatever. Well, like I said, I'm saying all this just to clear my head. Just because if I say it, it's done. It's over. Like, I'm able to just process everything at least a little bit better. So, on the 11th of February.
Lost his girlfriend, lost his best friend, his friend group due to being insufferable pig. Chad, you don't understand. He lost his fiance, lost his entire friend group, lost his best friend, and you're laughing. You're laughing at him.
I discover my fiance cheating on me with my best friend of 10 years.
Gasp.
I confronted her about this, and
Chat, you may, let me stop you. You may feel the urge to maniacally cackle at this information, and I want you to hold that urge in. I want you to hold it in because it gets so much better. It gets so much better.
She apologized, and I, being with her already for multiple years, and then finding out my best friend, so much betrayal. So what I decided to do is just I grabbed my keys. I went driving. I went to the liquor store. I bought alcohol that was the same alcohol, the last alcohol.
Is there a lore that we just don't know? What, like, the same as what?
That I drank with my brother. And then I drove into the middle of nowhere, near water, and I drank, and drank. Just sitting there drinking.
I don't know about this guy that just got here so far. I feel bad for him. If anyone has a reaction, did he do something wrong? Someone actually fill me in, or should I just wait? When Chibi found out his fiance was cheating. This a monologue, basically. don't say that, Chatter. I love this. I love this clip.
Por favor, Montoya, por favor. Por favor, Montoya. ¡Cabrón! ¡Montoya! ¡Montoya! ¡No te amo! ¡Montoya, vuelve! Te estoy deseando, tío. ¿Dónde está? Montoya, por favor. ¡No te amo! ¡Ah! ¡Montoya! ¡Montoya! ¡Me han destrozado! ¡Me han destrozado!
Oh, that's so funny, bro. That's so funny.
I still hate the idea, but fine, let's end it.
What you were looking at inches from death. And then suddenly a police officer shows up. Don't know how I was found, but he shows up. And he saved me at the last moment. He did. And I...
Not ACAB?
Come to find out, after all this, it was Nicholas Light, that was the one that apparently called a wellness check on
Gosh
me.
darn it, Nicholas Light always at the scene of the crime, bro.
He saved my life. He saved my life. Anyways, the officer escorted me to...
I'm sorry. Finds out the cop was also having sex with his wife. Sorry. This is serious, chat. Lock in. This is serious.
Escorted me to the hospital. Because obviously with everything, making sure, mental evaluation and all that. And I obviously couldn't drive, you know, too much alcohol. So, he took me to the hospital, and I stayed basically the night. And I wasn't able to access my phone or use anything until they discharged me. I got discharged earlier this morning. And
his first thought is, I need to make a YouTube video about this. Which, who among us haven't had that thought?
I was so hurt. I was so hurt.
They were engaged for 10 years? No, their age gap was 10 years. His best friend was his best friend for 10 years. He was with his ex-fiance, assumedly at this point, for a few years, is what he said.
I'm going to give full context. So, I'm getting messaged somehow. Nicholas Light has my number. He saved me. It's fine. And then Tectone, apparently, he gives me a call as well, and they're worried about me. And so many others reached out that I didn't.
What did that do to be disliked? I don't know.
I do.
I think his association with Nicholas Light and Tectone should be enough to really describe this. But I believe he made fun of a 17-year-old suicide. He's racist, misogynistic. He's a lolicon. He enjoy in partaking in, drawing anime children pornographic videos. He is pro-ICE and he cheers on ICE deporting children, right, and families. Apparently he's obsessed with incest. That one's a new one. I didn't know about that one either. What else did he do? He's transphobic, of course. He was abusive. He cheated on her too. And these are all the things that people were saying.
Oh. Anyways,
like if you saw this person on like online, right? You would see just the not the audacity, but the bravado. How quickly he is to dunk on like leftists and progressives, or even just liberals, or anybody who cares about like morality of things like Palestine or ICE, right? He's like, haha, we should deport more of you. Yeah, this is how he tweets. Like, this is that kind of person, right? One of those dudes, yes. He's one of those people who will harass like black cosplayers for cosplaying black anime or like anime characters. He's like an anti-woke, anti-SJW, pro-lolly anime YouTuber person. You know what I mean? This is a real post for a bit a while since I made a filter post to get people to block me. So let's see how many I lose today. This is what he said. He said, fictional incest is hot. Lollies are body type. Drawings aren't real. If you think fiction is real, cheese Louise. Okay. Arslur. Speech impediment. Everyone pleasing Arslur is just virtue signaling. Anime is inherently political. Manga is inherently political. You're not racist if you dislike talking about politics. Kids like sis is great, but Aki, so I don't even know what this was referring to. Fan service doesn't mean ecchi content. Pants, I don't even know what this is. Used in every anime, not only show up in dedicated ecchi series. I like Shotokan. I don't know what this is either. I like Giantess 4 and other size content. I'm not a fan of NTR tag, but if you like it, it's fine with me. You can disagree with somebody and still be friends. Looking up the skirt of a new anime figurine is mandatory. I ship Denji and Makima. I met my fiance through dating apps, and she's a goonette. Apparently not for him. Got him. Our first conversation was about Toji. She's a hardcore. I don't even know what this is. She's a better competitive gamer than me at shooters. Probably why she left. My favorite game of all time is Dark Souls 3. Oh, I took my Dark Souls 3 L, bro. It's a good game, but L for Dark Souls 3. I have 2 terabytes of Skyrim mods, and most of them are NSFW. I eat pineapples and sardines on pizza. Okay, that makes sense why she left. I eat raw onions. Make sure what sense why she left. I eat raw garlic. Made sense why she left. I am problematic and unfiltered. First Dark Souls is better. I disagree, but we can agree to disagree. Fujoshi is a woman who likes yaoi a lot. Damn, bro. Maybe I'm the weird one for just being like, I like Dragon Ball Z. That's a good series to me. Give me more Jujutsu Kaisen, please. You know what I mean? Maybe that's a me thing. Anyway, yeah, this is just some of the stuff that he believes. So, like, I mean, there's more. You see his Chibi Reviews thoughts on black people, on ICE, stuff like that. I have to sneeze.
Picked up, and I'm going home. Like, I'm free to go. Everything's fine. And I knew I had to tackle the elephant in the room. I had to go home and more or less, I confronted her about everything, trying to talk, and she left. I'm not a perfect person. I make mistakes. I know. I piss people off. I annoy them. But
see, there's a lesson in here. There's a lesson in this situation that I don't think people are going to learn from. You know?
Anyways, after she left, I did what anyone probably would reasonably do. I wanted to confide in someone. Not really.
Were you confiding the best friend who was bending your wife over, bro? I'm curious. Who's the person you're confiding in?
I go to my gaming friend group that I've known just as long as my best friend that my fiance cheated with.
I don't think she would like to be called that at this point, but you know, well, sure. This is the part. I didn't see the video, but I saw people talking about this. And I'm just like, there's no shot.
Cheated with. I talk with them, and they straight up, they admit to me they don't care, basically, what my used to be best friend did. They prefer gaming with him, and I thought these guys were my friends. I did. And they more or less, they just cared about gaming with him, and they didn't care about everything. They're completely okay with everything. And so, more or less...
Bro, get fucked. Because you're bronze in Valorant, they're like, dog, sorry, bro, he's immortal. So, what do you want us to do about this, right? If you have to choose between you and him, we're choosing him, dog. Sorry. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Maybe don't be such a bad person. They said go play Dark Souls 3. It's so wild. His girlfriend cheated on him. His fiance, actually. His fiance cheated on him with his best friend. His whole friend group sided with the dude she cheated on him with, and they told him that they knew and didn't care about what he did because he's a better gamer than you. That, bro, they could not get this out of me. They could not get this out of me, bro. There are so many of these. There's some of these I can't show on stream for obvious reasons. Chibi Reviews, Nezuko is the lolly of the week. His fiance with this homeboy. Oh my goodness. This was 6 days ago. That's rough, bro. February 7th. It's 7 days ago now, apparently. He's like, I'm not single, you troglodyte. Here's a ring to prove it. What? Oh, it hasn't even been a week since he posted this, and the entire time she was getting stuffed like a turkey behind his bad dog. This can't be real. That's just that. Hold on, I don't run this part back. Run this part back.
And they straight up, that friend group, I go to my gaming friend group that I've known just as long as my best friend that my fiance cheated with. I talk with them, and they straight up, they admit to me they don't care, basically, what my used-to-be best friend did. They prefer gaming with him, and I thought these guys were my friends. I did. And they more or less, they just cared about gaming with him, and they didn't care about everything. They're completely okay with everything. And so, more or less, I lost my whole friend group. My best friend that I basically called a brother. There was moments where he was hurting years ago with COVID, and I gave him money for he could have bills paid and his family wouldn't have to worry. I cared for him. He said he was moving down here in a few months.
Easy lick? That's crazy.
And I now know why. He wanted to. What I will say.
That's
I lost a lot.
Like I would say, I got distracted by something. I need to be right back. Hold on.
My best friend that I basically called a brother. I
mean, hey, you did say you loved incest, so.
There was moments where he was hurting years ago with COVID, and I gave him money for he could have bills paid and his family wouldn't have to worry. I cared for him. He said he was moving down here in a few months, and I now know why. He wanted to. What I will say, I lost a lot. I didn't just like lose a fiance. I lost my whole social circle, basically just gone.
Like, I'm sorry, bro. He got cheated on and lost his entire friend group because they all sided with the cheater. Like, how bad of a person or how bad of a gamer do you have to be for that to happen? You know what I mean? How bad are you at video games? Like, they're playing Fortnite and they're like, sorry, bro. Your boy's pump is better than your pump. He pumps better than you. Your wife said so. I'm sorry, your fiance said so. Chibi Reviews mocked a 17-year-old suicide, side with ICE, supports Trump, is friends with racists, supports rape tone, is a lolicon pedophile, supports incest. He will be getting fried.
What really hurts? Best friend.
Do you think she cheated because he was unsatisfactory? Probably. She's probably like, dog, I want to play games, but we're not the same rank. I gotta play games with somebody who's a higher rank than you.
Do everything. He knew my life story. I thought he had my back.
He was playing the long game. You don't understand. He was probably against all the stuff you were about. He's probably like anti-lolicon. He's probably like anti-eyes. He was like, dog, I'm playing the long game. 10 years down the road.
He was there for me with times of being harassed, and I viewed him like a brother.
Hey, he did say you were pro incest.
if it... He does that. But, anyways. I was in a dark place, and I've had a lot of dark thoughts. All day. All last night. I have. And
I do think it's hilarious, people being like, how dare, like this person here is like, a man nearly took his own life and this is how you respond? Absolute scum. It's like, bro, that's what this guy is about. You're not gonna Charlie Kirk this. You're not gonna do what you did for Charlie Kirk. Where you're like, bro, he was a father. He was a husband. To be fair, he wasn't a husband because his wife cheated on him before they got married. But like, you know what I mean? Your legacy is not washed away, right? When something bad happens to you. It's not. It's not.
I'm gonna be honest, guys. This is one of the hardest moments for me in my entire life. But like I said, I've told you guys many times, if you've watched my content, one of the only joys in my life I've had over the years is making content. Talking about what I love. It is the one thing that's never caused me problems.
Yeah. Tyler hasn't been this funny since Kirk got popped. It's everybody's united.
I did lose so much.
The funniest part is that he made a point to mention that she left him, right? He caught her cheating, which we don't know what this means, right? I don't think he caught her in the act. But like, he left, you know, he came back, he wanted to talk to her, and then she ended up leaving. She was like, nah, I'm out of here, bro. And all left was him and his Rent-A-Girlfriend posters. You know, that was it. It was him and his lolly content. And that was all. That was all. That's all he had.
He was sending her nudes. And
wait.
He was sending her.
He was sending her nudes. Oh, he's
and just the
Don't say meat diff. What? Hard stuck bronze meat. Stop. 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 I can't.
I'm pretty hurt, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what's gonna happen or anything. I really don't. The future's uncertain right now. I have
me diff.
I have no idea.
That was funny.
I, however, am making this video to try, to some degree, to cement my thoughts in stone, to be able to process them in my own way, to be able to...
I'm sorry, that was funny.
Try to move past this just nightmarish day. I just...
I'm sorry. That's stuck with me.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't know what I will do. There's two ways. Either A, I don't make videos for a while.
Please, that one.
Or I just make videos and I try to black hole. Just black hole everything and just keep moving and we'll see. What I will say though, I thank everyone that's been supportive. To those out there, you know who you are. You have been more supportive than I could have ever imagined, though. I know. I'm just, like I said, I'll leave it at that. What a year. I don't know how this is worse than anything I've dealt with. I can deal with being harassed online and stuff. That's
being harassed?
I've grown
okay, bro.
Numb to that. But all of this triple whammy of just everything, and then the betrayals. It's just... I might seek therapy or something. I don't know. But for now, I'll leave it at that.
Anyway, he had an update that I'm slightly curious about.
So I'm pre-recording this video in advance to just make sure everybody's on the same page, and also...
Oh, okay. This is his normal YouTube voice? He still has one friend left. Is it Tectone? Yeah. Yep. Bravery, man. Don't give up. Oh, Tectone still has me blocked. Oh, I can't say anything but to him. Imagine your life falling apart. Your only person in your corner is Tectone. Yeah, at that point, I'd go ahead and go back to that spot. You know what I mean? At that point, I go ahead and drive back to that spot. At that point, you know what I mean? Like,
steps I want to be taking for the upcoming days. First off, as you can see, I am alive, I'm still here, and I'm taking every day one step at a time to basically piece everything back together and obtain my main objective at this point. And that main objective is happiness. To be able to obtain happiness and joy and everything like that and fight for a really wholesome future. That is the objective and long-term goal that I have envisioned right now. Now, to be able to achieve that, obviously, there's a lot of steps that I need to take and a lot of days and a lot of things I'm going to have to get through to be able to do that. But for starters, for these next few days, I'm going to be spending time with my loved ones, and I'm going to be just,
The ones
you know,
you have
talking to
left?
them about...
What, you find a new best friend? I guess it's Taito now. Can't replace that fiance though.
About everything. I'm going to be talking with them about, you know, seeking out therapy. I'm going to be, you know, going to the gym as well. That is my 100% objective, is to go to the gym pretty much every single day if I can do it. And then on top of that,
I will
as
say,
well,
on a real note, I do hate the idea that for men, the gym is itself therapy. You know what I mean? Like, the gym can be very useful. Like, exercise is good for mental health. But like, it is oftentimes used as a substitute for therapy. It's like, oh, something goes bad in the life of a man, just go to the gym and your problems will be solved. The gym will not solve your problems. Honestly, it could very well create new problems for you, right? When it comes to your body image and body dysmorphia and eating disorders, if you're going to the gym to fix your mental state, you know? Like, I do, that's something that I do wish that we as a society did better about, enforcing, is that like the gym is supplementary, right? Exercise is a part of the journey on the path of self-growth, right? And self-actualization. And it's not itself a solution to it. It's a very funny W algorithm moment. And then Sam, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm so sorry that Chibi Reviews is on the screen. If you watch the Chibi Reviews vlog announcing his engagement, you'll be automatically recommended the video announcing he lost everything. I can't believe YouTube is free. Yeah. I'm getting married in 2 years of daily uploads. Oof. Guess you weren't getting married, broski.
My other objectives is to be able to get back on my horse and just make content.
Like your fiance did. Hey, yo! Sorry. The potential VBCSI? I don't know, actually. I don't foresee Chibi Reviews having a black best friend, so it might not have been. Feels like Loner Box. Got cucked like him too. Hey, yo! Sorry.
Day, like I always have done, about anime, manga, censorship, news, or anything that I really am interested in at that given moment. But for right now, what I'm doing, and the reason why this video, I'm just making it very brief, is that I am still here, and I have read everybody's comments. I have seen what you have said, and I plan to respond to as many as I possibly can in the upcoming days. But for now, I'm just going to take a little bit of a break for a few days, and I will be back, get back up on that horse, and I will start making
like your
content
fiance?
once again.
Hey, yep. Sorry. Ex-fiance.
Again. But
why does he keep using that verbiage, bro? Stop saying get back up on that horse. You make it too easy.
I want to say, guys, for everyone out there, I do thank you. This is a shout out to all of you out there that has been very supportive. For now, though, I will see you for now. I might be back late Monday, maybe Tuesday, in terms of making content again. But for right now...
Bro, his whole life falls apart. He takes a 2-day break. Respect, I guess. His entire life falls apart. He's like, yeah, no, I think I can swing a 2-day break, maybe. Maybe 3 maximum.
Spending time with loved ones, have been figuring out plan options of therapy and everything that needs to be done for now. So with that, though, thank you guys. You have a very blessed day. And
Eric Grind said true.
Thank you. Yeah.
True. Anyway, that's Chibi Reviews. Maybe don't be like a racist, misogynistic, transphobic, pro lolly, pro incest loser, I guess. That's the conclusion. It's gonna be him with a dog at the gym, yeah. Also, I do miss it when men just went to the gym. You know what I mean? Instead of being like, guys, I'm going to get better. I'm going to start going to the gym. Like it used to be, men just left the internet for 6 months, came back shredded and ripped. You know what I mean? You're like, oh, see, that was that gym. But now it's like, guys, I'm going to the gym. You go to the gym, you won't know for 6 months. I'm gonna pop out, bow. That one melee player. Hopefully the one that's not a pedophile. What do you mean you start? You tell me you've been going for 2 to 3 weeks before you actually say anything? Exactly. 50 minutes to be honest, yeah. Shout out to all the gyms out there. True. Except for him, Jim. That guy sucks. Anyway.
I still hate.
Cover Chibi Reviews. LOL is my response. Oh, there was this one. They edited him as freaking Usopp in One Piece. That's crazy. There was so much hate. So much hate in the heart of whoever made this. That's supposed to be Luffy. Oh, it's Luffy. Dang, he looks more like Usopp. Is that a diss? I saw this. I was like, bro, he looks like Usopp. Al, One Piece reader. But I don't read One Piece. I do want to watch this video about Stranger Things. Oda can draw like 3 faces. I don't think you're at that part. Oh. Hey, I get it though. He better than me.
First question, while the only really anime thing about Stranger Things is how many ideas it steals from Akira, it does begin and end in a mother's basement, so I think you'll find it is still fully within my jurisdiction. As for the second one, when I made my video Stranger Things...
BRB. BRB. Have you heard that Will is organizing a D&D session with Brennan? He talked about it this week. No, I did not hear about that. I'm glad it's going somewhere. Right? And if he needs a player, hey, you reach out to me. Hey, I guess. It is Black History Month. He said they don't have players decided yet. Dog, I will play. I will play whatever, whenever. But if they want to, I can play this character. Wait, no. This character. You can be whatever you need to. Right now, I don't know if he follows me on Twitter. I'd have to check. Anyway, I also want to be a white woman.
Is a better 80s movie than most 80s movies. My cartoon avatar at the time had this hat on, and someone on Twitter said I should wear it when I do a full review of the series, so here we are. Perhaps it's a little insensitive, given that Gravity Falls actually is a carefully crafted web of clues and mysteries whose ending was planned out years in advance, as opposed to a hastily slapped together jumble of capital C streaming content whose entire fan community just collectively went through something between the first stage of grief and a public schizophrenic episode. But I already bought the hat, so Anyway, since making that video, I completely fell off watching Stranger Things as of season 3, and to be honest, I was very happy with that choice, despite reports that season 4 was the best one since the first one. But then I started hearing rumblings that season 5 was getting really good, and I thought it might be worth finally catching up to enjoy that, though I still had all of my end-of-year videos to work on, so I had to put that off, and by the time I was actually ready to get started, the fans were losing their goddamn minds, and I knew I'd have to give it a full, painfully honest review. Almost 24 straight hours of binging later, I have not hated my past self this much since I decided to make that 7 Deadly Sins video. I mean, even at its worst, it's not quite as bad as the worst of that show, but there is quite a bit less in 7 Deadly Sins, and at least it had the decency not to waste my time when it was already wasting my time. Remember when every episode of Stranger Things was 50 minutes long? Boy, I remember. The last 2/5 of this show make up more than half its total runtime, and so much of that is just summarizing itself for the second screen audience, solving problems the same scene they're introduced for no other reason than to delay the solving of other problems, and following tangents off of other tangents as it struggles to juggle all the new disposable meat sacks it's got to characterize before they can be killed off in place of anyone we actually care about. Or kill themselves for no goddamn reason except Dustin really needed something to argue about with Steve, while Nancy and Jonathan are busy finally dealing with their relationship problems that the show very intentionally stalled out for the entire last season just so they'd have something to do in the finale, but then it didn't have any idea how to actually organically integrate that into the main storyline, so it kind of just locks them in this big room until they sort it all out. So where did it all go wrong? Well, okay, to answer your first question, while the only really anime thing about Stranger Things is how many ideas it steals from Akira, it does begin and end in a mother's basement, so I think you'll find it is still fully within my jurisdiction.
Oh, I said I'm back and I'm restarting it.
Second one, when I made my video, Stranger Things is a better 80s movie than most 80s movies, my cartoon avatar at the time had this hat on, and someone on Twitter said,
I hit my freaking hand on my microphone and it hurt.
I should wear it when I do a full review of the series, so here we are. Perhaps it's a little insensitive, given that Gravity Falls actually is a carefully crafted web of clues and mysteries whose ending was planned out years in advance, as opposed to a hastily slapped together jumble of capital C streaming content whose entire fan community just collectively went through something between the first stage of grief and a public schizophrenic episode. But I already bought the hat, so... Anyway, since making that video, I completely fell off watching Stranger Things as of season 3, and to be honest, I was very happy with that choice, despite reports that season 4 was the best one since the first one. But then I started hearing rumblings that season 5 was getting
I wasn't gonna play it and have to rewind it again. So
getting really good, and I thought it might be worth finally catching up to enjoy that, though I still had all of my end-of-year videos to work on, so I had to put that off, and by the time I was actually ready to get started, the fans were losing their goddamn minds, and I knew I'd have to give it a full, painfully honest review. Almost 24 straight hours of binging later, I have not hated my past self this much since I decided to make that 7 Deadly Sins video. I mean, even...
Do we think that he's going to talk about Calamity Gate, chat? The real and true ending of Stranger Things?
At its worst, it's not quite as bad as the worst of that show, but there is quite a bit less in 7 Deadly Sins, and at least it had the decency not to waste my time when it was already wasting my time. Remember when every episode of Stranger Things was 50 minutes long? Boy, I remember. The last 2/5 of this show make up more than half its total runtime, and so much of that is just summarizing itself for the second screen audience, solving problems the same scene they're introduced for no other reason than to delay the solving of other problems, and following tangents off of other tangents as it struggles to juggle all the new disposable meat sacks it's got to characterize before they can be killed off in place of anyone we actually care about. Or kill themselves for no goddamn reason except Dustin really needed something to argue about with Steve, while Nancy and Jonathan are busy finally dealing with their relationship problems that the show very intentionally stalled out for the entire last season just so they'd have something to do in the finale, but then it didn't have any idea how to actually organically integrate that into the main storyline, so it kind of just locks them in this big room until they sort it all out. So where did it all go wrong? Well, say this novelty Nintendo keychain is the Stranger Things production crew.
The analogies! This is how you know he's a real fan. I say this to someone who hasn't watched the show. The thing I don't actually regret about watching Stranger Things is my love for D&D. I didn't watch the show. I got D&D from I got D&D like a regular person from Critical Role. Also, just watch the Mighty 9 animated series. It's really good. It's really good. I think the Mighty 9 animated series is better than Vox Machina, the animated series. Personally, I do. That's what I believe. But to be fair, I like the Mighty Nine's characters more than the characters in Vox Machina. So that's just, you know, maybe I'm biased.
These buttons.
You can ask something pretty good video on Stranger Things if you haven't watched it. Oh, we've seen it. We've seen it. This is probably the last Stranger Things video that I haven't seen. And I haven't. I've seen more Stranger Things content through third-party like videos like this than I've seen from actual Stranger Things.
Is a Duffer Brother. Now, this bottle of hand sanitizer is Netflix's corporate offices, and this hat represents a well-planned out script with a beginning, middle, and end that was decided on well in advance. Please note, the hat never comes off and is never used in this demonstration in any way. Now, this tub of gamer subs is all of the 80s references that are possibly applicable to Stranger Things story and would actually make it better. And the number of episodes that they had to fill is the entire Atlantic Ocean. And if you wanted to have enough gamer subs to fill the entire Atlantic Ocean, the best way to do that would be on February 20th, 2025, to go to gamersubs.gg/basement and use the promo code basement, because for one day only, they are offering 20% off any order of any size of anything on the site, including their delicious and very energizing energy powders.
What is gamer subs? Like, what is it? Is it just like juice powder?
Delicious go to sleep powders that they got now. They also got cups with waifus on them. They just put out a new one for their 10th anniversary. She's got like a birthday cake and
is it pre-workout for gaming? That's lame.
Of her own.
I mean,
other waifu cups have just been released. They got, creative.
I don't know why you would need
collabs
pre-workout
going
for
on.
gaming.
I think they got something going on with Code Vein right now, and any of that, all of it, you can get 20% off on February 20th only if you use the promo code BASEMENT when you check out. And again, that's an order of any size. Promo code BASEMENT, 20% off everything. You can get
that
enough
sponsor now. I've been offered,
subs.
not from gamer subs, but from a similar company. I didn't take it because I didn't know what it was. I was like, I don't know what this product is, and I don't use it, so why would I take it?
To fill the entire Pacific Ocean, and that would solve the problem with Stranger Things. I feel like this metaphor has gotten away from me. Stranger Things began as this brilliant one-off experiment.
Like, good for what, though? It's just energy drink stuff? But, like, for gaming, why? If you're not, like, a pro gamer, like, Just stay up like a normal person. You know what I mean? Just marketing? I guess that makes sense. You drink coffee? Yeah, like it's supposed to flavor your water? Yeah, so it's just like it's like a caffeine juice powder. Right? It turns water into a flavored water energy drink substitute kind of thing. With hopefully less sugar. So you never reached platinum Valo? Okay, suck my nuts. I got close enough. Yes, it's exactly that. If that's about it. Oh, okay. I guess it's fine. You know what I mean? It's like what pre-workout is. Well, then why people are saying it's not pre-workout? Crystal Light packets rebranded. To be fair, I prefer Ocean Spray because it's the worker co-op. So I actually have worker spray. I actually have Ocean Spray powder in my kitchen. I don't really use it because it's easier just to drink water, but it's there if I want it. They are. I didn't know that. Yeah, Ocean Spray is a worker co-op. I think it's actually one of the biggest worker co-ops in the country. It has no protein. It's not pre-workout. Not all pre-workout has protein though. Yeah.
And fusing the formats of film and television, weaving characters, concepts, tropes, and storylines from a wide range of classic movies and other influences into a vivid, expansive, unapologetically nerdy pop culture simulacrum of the 1980s. A cozy, nostalgic movie world that the audience gets to live in for nearly 7 hours instead of 2, where side characters of one genre enjoy the full interiority of protagonists in another. Honestly, it's one of the best ideas I've ever seen for a single season.
This is an episode like 1 or 2, so I recognize this. It's an analogy for something.
Of television. But then it made a whole load of money, so Netflix decided to make a whole load more of it than the concept was ever really built to support. Suddenly, instead of having all the time in the world to pick and choose all the best bits of their favorite movies and piece them together into something new and self-contained, the Duffer Brothers were left scrambling to find new 80s shit they could riff on that at least kind of fits with the things they'd already done before the teenagers they hired to play children got too old to play teenagers. So let's do some Exorcist shit, little bit of Lost Boys. We can talk about MK Ultra. Ooh, you know, The Thing, that was the 80s. That was a real good 80s horror movie, and it's basically Invasion of the Body Snatchers, which was about Red Scare hysteria, which was really big in the 80s too. We can have capitalist individuals fighting a communist hive mind in a shopping mall with 4th of July fireworks. That's 80s as hell, and God bless America. Oh my God, we could put so much product placement in there. Then, what next? Freddy Krueger. Silence of the Lambs. Ooh, D&D, the Satanic Panic. That was about nerd stuff. We can just kind of gloss over all the like actual bigotry and like people's lives that were ruined by that and just make it about the nerd stuff. Speaking of nerd stuff, Akira, we haven't milked that nearly enough yet. Oh, you know what's real 80s? Roller rinks. Let's do the Carrie bullying scene, but at a roller rink. You know, we don't really have like a Bender Breakfast Club type character yet. We could throw one of those in there, and we'll tie it all together with a stoner road trip comedy. Oh, we still have a whole other season to go. What's 80s? 50s nostalgia. Let's do that. Wrinkle in Time, 50s guys and 80s kids, they both recognize that. That really works. Home Alone? That was the 90s. It, close enough. We're home aloneing a Demogorgon. Upside Down's a wormhole now. Psychic powers come from magic space rocks. Everyone really liked that fake out ending where Eleven sacrificed herself, but not really in season 1, so let's just do that again. Okay, I think we've got enough to start. What do you mean we're already filming?
Today's a very interesting day. We are shooting episode 8, which isn't completely written yet, so we don't even fully know what's going on.
And of course, all of that comes on top of the inherent problems with
I love that they can just film stuff and then hope, hey, we'll fix it in post. It's literally we'll fix it in post personified. It's like, well, we don't know what we're doing yet, so we just film like a bunch of different stuff, eat up the budget quite a bit, and then hopefully some of it's usable in post. You know, the editors will figure it out. They'll figure something out with this.
Horror film into a franchise. The further you stretch a story, the looser and less focused.
Which is why I think the Duffer Brothers will be seen as like hacks in the future. You know, even though they produce a very, a very, very, very popular show, they'll be seen as hacks. They already are. Yeah, but I mean, like legacy style. You know, like when they like retire, they're not gonna be talking about like freaking Scorsese. You feel me? Because they have no creative vision. This makes them look like hacks. They're from Durham, North Carolina. Of course, another freaking North Carolina L, bro. Like D&D after the end of Game of Thrones. I didn't watch it, but probably. The show and film got stretched too much when fix it in post becomes finish it in post. Yeah. They're like, guys, I think that's a wrap. Maybe. Do y'all think we have enough? Should we film something else just in case? You know what I mean? Like, that's supposed to be like a triumphant, right? A triumphant like series finale wrap. That's a wrap, guys. Good job. Everybody claps. You're like, yeah, we did it. We did it. Now it's like, I think we got it. Maybe. Y'all think we should do something else? Just in case the editors want to do something with that. They're like, maybe I guess. I mean, we don't have much time left, so like maybe we'll film one more scene. You know, maybe. And that's just kind of how it was.
The more you see of a monster, the less scary it seems. The more danger your characters go through, the less we ever feel like they're really in danger. No monster or slasher series has managed to dodge those pitfalls for more than a couple sequels at most, and every Stranger Things sequel is 5 times as long as those. Plus, those kids put in the production under that ticking clock were cast for their acting talents as children, so you really gotta hope they keep improving their skills as adults instead of just resting on their laurels because they became insanely famous actors at 15. And hey,
Yeah.
2 out of 5 ain't terrible. I really do think the show was just doomed from the start, and it's honestly kind of a miracle that we got as much decent television out of it as we did. The first season's the only one I'd ever want to re-watch, but the 2 that followed were fun enough, expanding on the characters in mostly entertaining ways, especially Dustin and Steve's whole bromance, and revealing more of the horrors without completely destroying their mystique. 3 probably shouldn't have let the Mind Flayer monologue, but at least the monologuing was cryptic and didn't instantly reduce this incomprehensible eldritch entity to just some fucking guy who really likes spiders. And even the later seasons do still have some really good moments. You just have to slog through an entire hour of intentionally repetitive crap for the people who are on their phones and need to be reminded of things a couple times to get to each of them.
Okay, I felt.
And
Hey,
sure,
leave me out of this. All right, leave me out of this.
The monsters are scary anymore, but they did still pour quite a bit of practical movie magic into making them, which does still keep that 80s vibe alive, although Netflix did make them ditch the retro film grain and color grading in favor of mandatory HDR after season 2, so everything past that kind of looks more like a 90s, early 2000s movie set in the 80s than a real 80s movie, which isn't an unappealing look per se, it's just wrong, and that played a not insignificant part in my choice to drop the show after season 3. That, and the show's choice to just completely undermine all the time that all of the characters had just spent mourning Hopper by revealing that he didn't sacrifice himself after all and he's still alive in that post-credit scene. I mean, technically they didn't reveal that till season 4. It's plausible, I guess, that someone with like severe brain damage might have not made the connection between no Hopper body and mysterious American locked up in Kamchatka. But literally, who else could even be behind that door? Elle's sister? Oh shit, I just solved the mid-season 5 plot twist. I'm sorry, Duffer Bros, you're not slick like that. And the amount of time you waste pretending you are is frankly insulting. No one thought Vecna was behind that fucking door in the lab, and everyone figured out he was the creepy, whispery, smiley guy from Elle's flashbacks the first time they saw him. We didn't need 5 episodes drawing that reveal out, and we definitely didn't need that slow zoom in on the tattoo on his wrist after you already match cut between his identities just to make sure the slow kids understand what's going on.
Okay, why do they all have 3 numbers though? Was there a plan to reach 100 test subjects? Why didn't they just tattoo him with the number 1? At most, the number 01. You know what I mean? Like, they planned for 999? Are y'all trolling me? Is that a troll? Because the Duffers are child level writers? Yeah, probably. It's just a normal science thing, to be honest. I don't think so. I think it's pretty arbitrary to choose 001 as the first tattoo for your illegal child subjects. You know? 007? That's a little bit different. Maybe they added the zeros later. Did they ever reach 100 subjects though? Why would they add the 2, like an extra 0? Wasn't there like only like 12 or whatever? It just doesn't make much sense. Why would they just I would accept 01. I would accept 01, right? But I will not accept 001 because there's no shot they would let they would reach 100 subjects. It would just make more sense to have they're making more of Vecna's blood. They tried 12 but it didn't work. 001 is aesthetically pleasing in my opinion. Sure, it just makes no sense. I didn't really like 011 more than 11. Sure. Again, but realistically, in the show, it doesn't make any sense. Right? Why they would start with 001. It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. Remember all the pregnant women? No, I didn't watch the show. I don't know how many times I have to say it. I did not watch the show. No, I don't remember any pregnant women.
Back to the Hopper thing, though, that really is where the show fully lost me, and I think where it completely lost its way, for so many reasons. Between him and Billy's deaths, it really felt like Season 3 was finally saying, anyone can die, no one is safe anymore, and by walking that back, they basically confirmed that no.
They don't ask? No, I have a right to ask these questions.
Characters are ever going to be on the chopping block, and everyone else has infinite plot armor. Since Max showed up in Season 2, I might have believed she was in real danger in Season 4 if she wasn't one of the only 3 good young actors in the cast, but literally only her. The much bigger problem, though, is the show didn't need Hopper anymore. He'd already finished his arc, battled and beaten his demons, given Eleven everything she'd ever need from him. The only question that was still hanging over his head at that point was when, not if, he'd hook up with Joyce, and never was far and away the most dramatically interesting answer the show could have come up with. So once the novelty of the whole Hopper in a gulag situation wears off, which is very quickly, all that's left for him to do is beat himself up some more over the dead daughter shit that he already worked through ages ago. Except this time he feels extra guilty about it because it turns out the reason his daughter got cancer is he was a ranch hander in Vietnam, and all the Agent Orange that he dumped on the countryside to, you know, kill their crops and starve out the civilian population also f***ed his junk up, plus some of his buddies' junk, and all their kids had birth defects, kind of like the hundreds of thousands of birth defects that he and his buddies inflicted on the Vietnamese. But Hopper
Okay, do they engage with that in any meaningful way? That is a funny twist to make. Like, haha, Hopper, you not only have like you know, paternal guilt for your daughter having cancer and dying, but you also have real guilt as a human being because it's technically your fault your daughter had cancer in the first. It's such a weird twist to add. They did not acknowledge what it did to the Vietnamese at all. So just like, man, okay, I won't speak because I didn't watch it, so like, it just feels weird.
Isn't really thinking about all those people whose lives he ruined, and the show really doesn't want you to think about them either, because you're supposed to be feeling sorry for him. You kind of need to feel sorry for the unrepentant war criminal, because fully 1/4 of the season's dramatic stakes rest on the question of whether or not Joyce and Murray will be able to rescue him, which isn't really a question because he's a main character and they are too, so obviously they're all invincible. So like, you really need to be invested in good things happening to him personally, and if you're not, because he's like not really a character anymore because he has like nothing else going on
the
emotionally.
victim of his own imperialism in a way. Yeah, but like, do they do and like that could be an interesting conversation, but like the question is if they did anything with that, right? It could be an interesting conversation to be like how he is simultaneously a perpetrator of American imperialism, but also the victim of it, and what he can learn from that and impart onto the younger characters. Be like, don't do what I did, right? Don't be like me. I thought I was doing something good and noble by, I guess, being drafted into the Vietnam War, and it blew back onto me, right? Learn from my mistakes, right? And actually center the victims and have him be a repentant person who thought about the ramifications of what he did, or something like that. I don't know. Were so bad. All of Hopper's screen time was absolutely unbearable. I don't understand. Maybe people thought season 5 was a uncharacteristic fall off. They didn't. They should have though, because especially with the season revealed stuff was connected to, especially with Cold War stuff. And that's why they did the experiments. Wait, they did the experiments that created 11 in the first place because of the Cold War? I mean, I guess that's like an interesting twist. Maybe. But like, did we need to have Hopper in a gulag to show that, is my question. It feels, from the way it's being presented to me, it feels uncharacteristic of what the show actually was about in the first place. You know what I mean? Like these two random untrained characters, as in Joyce and the conspiracy theorist guy, I don't even know his name, somehow going from America to Russia to break Hopper out of a Russian prison, essentially, successfully. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. They could have had Hopper learn the truth while in the Gulag controlization. The USSR word, the propaganda the US told them, yeah, and that how in an effort to, you know, dunk on the USSR, America turned to human experimentation, and there could have been a cool parallel, right? There could have been a cool parallel between like Hopper and his characterization about being a victim of American imperialism, and how L's also a victim of American imperialism, right? But just in different ways, right? And that could have been used to, like, you know, relate that to the younger characters. Be like, the human experimentation is because the U.S. government was trying to fight the USSR, in the same way that like Hopper's daughter's death came from the Agent Orange that they were dropping on the Vietnamese. That would have been interesting to see. What do I know, though? What do I know? Can we believe Shane Nathan's character is going to be our next president? And the anti-imperialism messaging in the show was thrown away after season 2. RIP. And it tries to play with being more realistic as a series, but it involves Russia building an entire sprawling research facility under a mall in Indiana. Yeah.
Than he did in prior seasons, and also turns out he's an unrepentant war criminal. That might kind of like fuck up that entire story arc if the 2 final seasons weren't also busy completely ruining the show.
Like, I think his name Dr. It's not Dr. Brenner, the doctor who experimented on Al. There could have been some interesting parallels between I don't know how I remember that. Genius. Right, there could have been some interesting parallels between Hopper and Dr. Brenner, right? Both agents of essentially the U.S.
An anonymous
right,
user with a tier 1
who are
sub
harming
domain
people in an effort to expand like American hegemony, right? And Hopper could have been like, oh, maybe I'm like him. Me being a part of this war apparatus, right, only leads to victimization of not only them but also of me. And, right, and him doing this at the behest of the American Empire to dunk on the USSR by doing human experimentation, right, is not dissimilar to what I was doing in Vietnam. You know what I mean? That would have been interesting. I assume I didn't watch the show. And I'm a user. Thank you to get this up. Much appreciated.
This could have at least been a fun opportunity to, explore what the Upside Down looks like on the other side of the Iron
anti-American, and
Curtain.
that's woke. That's true.
Maybe meet a Soviet psychic or two, or they could have done a gulag break through a gate. That could have been real fun. But between seasons, some genius decided the other world only needs to exist in a few miles radius of this one town in Indiana, and also it's locked in time the same day Will disappeared, even though
That's what I said. When we talked about this before, I said it didn't make any sense. And y'all were like, no, you don't understand. It has to happen in this one town. Cause that's where Will went missing or whatever. I was just like, that doesn't make much sense. Why is that the case? You're like, this is how it works. I'm just like, all right, cool.
the single most iconic visual from the first season proves that changes to the real world affect the Upside Down, and I really have no idea what the they thought they were doing with that twist. Literally the only purpose it serves to the plot is making it take a little longer for the kids to get guns. I'm getting distracted here. Point is, because there's no Russian end of the Upside Down, all that this massive multi-hour detour can actually accomplish is getting the adults out of the kids' way so they can have their own adventure, and inflicting some psychic damage to the hive mind in the final battle. And honestly, the way that they do that might be the single worst thing in the entire fourth season. I can certainly see how some screenwriter might have typed the words, and then Hopper chops the Demogorgon's arm off with a fucking broadsword, and thought he was cooking with God's own propane. But that's the kind of thing that, credibility-wise, movie monsters never come back from. Like, they try to make Demogorgons scary again at the start of the next season when that one tears Mrs. Wheeler's entire jugular out, but the whole fake
And
out
she
there
apparently lived.
only works because it legitimately seems plausible, even for a second, that she might actually just stab the thing to death with a wine bottle. And frankly, the things they do to these monsters later are even more ridiculous than that.
They do Home Alone though.
Hell, Mrs. Wheeler eventually takes out 3 Demodogs by herself with some Tom and Jerry bullshit that doesn't even make sense, because why would a hive mind need to send 3 bodies to investigate one noise? Any horror franchise that
That's
runs
fair.
long enough eventually demystifies its monsters to some extent. But if I didn't know better, I'd think Stranger Things was doing this shit on purpose. By the time the kids are fighting the Mind Flayer itself on Planet X, there's not a single doubt left in my mind that they will kill this 40-story tall psychic spider kaiju using nothing but guns and Molotovs. And lo and behold, that's exactly what happens without a single casualty or even serious injury. By the end of the show's run, there is not a single thing in the Upside Down that feels more threatening than an unfed mogwai. Even going back to season 1 now, with its much more effective and reserved horror filmmaking, just knowing that the thing lurking off camera is one of these goobers sucks all the fear out of it. Plus, it makes the big endgame twist that Will can use the hive mind's powers against it feel completely superfluous when pretty much anyone who's not in an army uniform can also easily take these things. Far and away, the greatest sin that Stranger Things 4 and 5 commit
It's
against
the gay
their
room.
own lore.
And y'all were trying to convince me that it wasn't the gay room.
Though, is giving that hive mind a face and a name. And not just any name. You thought it was an unknowable eldritch entity from beyond time and space, but it was me, Henry. Literally just some fucking guy who hates people and loves spiders, but then I guess they decided that was too dumb, so they retcon it in the next season, and now he wants to kill everyone because he touched a magic rock and the big space spider told him to. But also, he independently decided that he would still be working with the big space spider, even if it wasn't mind controlling him, so he is in fact totally irredeemable, and we don't have to feel bad about impaling or decapitating him or whatever in the finale, which is somehow all the explanation that
That's so lazy, bro. That's so lazy, but it happens all the time, not just in Stranger Things, right? It's like people want, like, I hate somebody who's like, yo, let's just let our villains be villains. Let's let our bad guys be bad guys, right? And I'm like, sometimes I can understand where they're coming from, right? But like, you know, like if it's lazy, it's a lazy cop out to be like, yeah, I'm just a bad guy. I'm a bad man. You know what I mean?
Ever get for what makes him tick, despite spending 2 entire seasons building him up as the biggest of bads, and spending half the last one literally running around inside his mind. It's hard to imagine a less whelming explanation.
You know, Eldritch
for
Horror,
all
just
of
don't
the
give him the name Henry. Yeah, just don't make him a guy. You know what I mean? Like, and even then, it's not like that. Like the Eldritch Horrors are like bad guys. It's just that like the reason why like cosmic horror or Eldritch Horror does so well is because it's that there could be a motive behind the madness, but oftentimes it's just that they're not even thinking about the small ants that are humans, right? This is a like a small, minute aspect of time for this Eldritch being, and you are meaningless to it. And most of what Eldritch Horror does is you make it, you become such a nuisance by the end of this long campaign of a show or a movie that it just decides, okay, you're not worth it. I'm gonna just move on to the next small, insignificant group of people, right? So the win here is literally not dying. You don't kill Cthulhu. That's not a thing, right? Cthulhu decides, okay, you're not worth it. We move on. Yeah, you survive. Exactly. The major part of cosmic horror is that we are so insignificant that we can't understand what's happening or why. And this was the opposite. Yeah. Really having an infested house, and instead of fumigating it, you just sell the property. Exactly. You seal or sleep with them. Yeah. Cthulhu at a level 80 in a level 80 deity campaign.
Horror that's befallen Hawkins over the years. And while there is actually more to his character, you have to fly to New York or
100% Eldritch Horror inherently hinges on the insignificance of humanity in the eyes of this antagonistic evil. Yeah. It reminds me of the first Alien movie. Was so incredible. You don't just see the alien for the most part, and it's unclear what it is. Season 5, they literally stitch up the ground to gloss over the season 4 finale.
London and watch his character that's befallen Hawkins over the years. And while there is actually more to his character, you have to fly to New York or London and watch a separate stage play to learn what the main villain of the show's real motivations are. I understand a lot of Stranger Things fans enjoy Vecna as a villain. Certainly, it's not a bad performance from the actor, but I think that mostly comes down to all the cool, scary shit that he does, not anything about who he is. Certainly, the idea
Also,
of
to be fair, if you like think Stranger Things is the best of media ever, you probably have a low bar for like what you expect from your villains. You know what I mean? Like, it can be an enjoyable experience and it can be fine, right? But like, if you're like, no, you don't understand. This is the best thing since sliced bread. You know what I mean? Like, I can see why you're like, you will hear no quarrel about why the villain is not good. You know? It's like people trying to tell me why Power Rangers is bad. You can't do that. It's impossible. Because it's a good show. And I will hear nothing otherwise. This is being only held by people who grew up with the show, and which is most of the audience. All of it, most of it. Megaforce though, okay, we don't talk about Megaforce. We don't talk about Megaforce. Everything during the Nickelodeon era, we don't talk about. No Megaforce, no Samurai, no Super Samurai, no Super Megaforce. Definitely no Super Megaforce. No Ninja Steel, no Dino Charge, no Cosmic Fury. We won't talk about any of that. No Jungle Fury. Jungle Fury was Disney. That's so many. Yeah, those are the last seasons. We don't talk about any of that. We talk about Mighty Morphin, Zeo, Turbo, In Space, Lost Galaxy. What else we have? Lightspeed Rescue, Mystic Force, Wild Force, Ninja Storm, Dino Thunder, SPD, Jungle Fury, RPM, Operation Overdrive. We talk about those. Was it missing Disney too? Yes. We like Disney. We don't like Nickelodeon. That's the Power Rangers lore. If you want the long and short of it, we like Disney, don't like Nickelodeon.
Serial killer who can get anyone at any time without even touching them is a solid way to raise the stakes on a cast that mostly has monster slaying down at this point. The psychic murders themselves are every bit as spectacularly gruesome as when Beetlejuice Romany Conti did the exact same thing in ReZero, and
True.
The mechanics of him attacking people's minds through the buried trauma that isolates them are pretty psychologically compelling too. I love the idea that favorite songs and other emotional anchors can pull people back from his clutches, even if it means we have to hear Running Up That Hill over and over and over, like one of those songs your boss plays on an endless loop in the movie theater lobby, so by the time every shift is over, you want to strangle Maroon 5 with your bare hands. Huh. Guess I've got some buried trauma to work on. Oh no!
But also, Stranger Things demonstrated a huge weakness for current production norms for shows. Tried to make it hard for emotional, we all grew up together moments. There was 2 years between each season, so it didn't actually feel like that way at all. I feel like I'm trying to remember September what you did in history class before summer break. Audiences did actually grow up with the cast in the past.
But nothing about him as a character is as interesting or scary as the special effects used around him, and even those lose their luster by the end. He is still scary enough in the finale of season 4 to give the battle for Max's soul some real bite, though. It's pretty damn nasty watching someone we really care about get all remmed up like that, even if there's exactly zero chance that she's gonna die or suffer any kind of lasting damage from it. They clearly wanted this penultimate season of Stranger Things to be their Empire Strikes Back. And if everything that happened with Eddie wasn't such a wet fart, or they hadn't spent a quarter of the runtime, walking back the only real consequence that any main character has ever suffered in the entire series, they might have even succeeded. Fan consensus around the time it released seemed to be that they did succeed, but I honestly think that was just them bamboozling their audience the same way BBC Sherlock did by kicking the can down the road with mystery boxes within mystery boxes, promising that eventually something cool will happen while not actually doing much that's cool. It's all set up with no payoff to anything besides Max's therapy arc and I guess the whole jocks versus nerds thing they had going on with Eddie and the basketball captain. You could say that Elle's quest to get her powers back was a payoff too, but that feels more like a vehicle for exposition than a real Dark Knight of the Soul moment. Like, can you imagine if before he came to Dagobah, Luke could already use the Force but just like forgot about it for a while, and then in the cave, the vision of Darth Vader just straight up tells him that he's his father before he even goes to fight him, and also delivers a whole Cliff Notes summary of Anakin's backstory while he's at it? That's the level of writing.
And use the analogy. Yoda's like, Yoda's okay. I can't even do Yoda voice, bro. You have to imagine an analogy that would work there.
Play in that whole subplot. It is not good.
Give it
All
a shot?
season 4
Not
really
happening.
manages to do that seasons 2 and 3 didn't is create the feeling that Stranger Things has potential again. And then season 5 is just 7 more episodes of hyping up that potential while nothing actually happens. Trying all these different things to foil or delay the villain's big plot, yet ultimately ending up at a place where he does exactly what he planned to do at the exact time that he always planned to do it, with nothing that Max or Eleven or Will or anyone did making any kind of difference. Then all that's left is the final battle, the big reveal of the true nature of these villains we've spent the last 43 hours of real time grappling with, and it sucks. I mean, of course it sucks. Almost anything's gonna feel like a disappointment after that much build-up, unless it's literally the best thing ever. But even by those standards, it really fucking sucks. The big spider's a big old bitch. Henry's
Why? Okay, again, I didn't watch the show, so I don't know. Why was Henry on Planet X in the first place? Is that just where he always was, or did he go back to fight the gang? When D4 has attacked. Yeah, it's like the rest of the crew was like, yo, I slash him with my dagger. 3 damage. He's fighting against like literally like Vecna and D&D. And then like L is like, I cast Wish. I wish for him to die. Or something like that. 11 banished him there with her powers, and then he maxed out his powers there. Oh, you're right. He did get sent to the Shadow Realm. Where were the kids at then? Was that in the Upside Down? Could he go to the Upside Down? And he just decided to go back? Or was he always on Planet X? And the kids were in the Abyss? Where were they at in this scene? Why does the Abyss look like his house? I have so many questions. Because that was a wormhole between the Abyss and Earth. I get that part. I got that part. Anything called Planet X be illegal in this day and age? It doesn't matter. Well, I want to know. Whatever.
final fight with 11.
So Kaplan Rising for the 33 months, and Let's Go Ikemon's for the 18 months. Much appreciated.
A Dragon Ball beam struggle without the beams, and even though they spent all that time setting Will up as an anti-Demogorgon WMD, and we are currently on the home planet of the Demogorgons, all he gets to do through the entire thing is stand there with his eyes rolled back, distracting the bad guy while 11 solves everything again. Why, in the ultimate battle with a hive mind, are we only fighting 2 guys? Sure, one of those guys is pretty big, I guess, but where is the horde of iconic monsters that the whole show has so obviously...
You don't understand, Mother's Basement. It's called demo fatigue. The audience has demo fatigue. They don't want to see the Demogorgons anymore. They're there, apparently, but like it's demo fatigue.
To. Where is the moment that Will, the perennial victim, finally masters his fear and fights back? A huge chunk of the last episode was dedicated to him exposition dumping out of the closet specifically so that Henry couldn't use his internalized homophobia against him in their final psychic clash. Yet all that amounts to is Will being like, hey bro, I see your memories. Turns out you're not such a bad guy after all. You could still turn back from this. And Henry being all like, nuh-uh, being evil rocks. But of course, if the finale had spent any time on that, the climax might have lasted more than halfway through the episode. And then the final confrontation with the army where 11 ham-fistedly sacrifices herself and they just kind of let all those teenagers who just shot a bunch of soldiers get away scot-free might have been even more rushed and stupid than it already was, because the one thing the script definitely could not cut down on is the 45 straight minutes that it spends saying, and he lived happily ever after, and she lived happily ever after, and they lived happily ever after together, and the entire Hawkins Little League team lived happily ever after, and so on and so forth. You can tell the writers think that kind of girthy epiloguing is essential to any good story, because in the very last scene, the way that Mike proves he's a good storyteller slash DM is by explaining in exhaustive detail all the specific ways that their D&D characters get to live happily ever after too. Also, 11 gets to live happily ever after because he figured out that she only pretended to sacrifice herself, and he reveals that in a way I'm pretty sure the writers thought was really clever and ambiguous and leaves it up to the audience if we want to believe or not, you know, like Sopranos, Inception, that sort of thing. But given how the rest of the show is gone, that contrived, sappy bullshit is the only ending that makes any kind of sense for her.
And she lives happily ever after.
Then, to cap it all off, Mike heads up the stairs and closes the door to the basement one last time, signifying that he and his friends are ready to leave their childhood fantasy world behind and finally face reality, even though the sole purpose of the show he's the star of is to let adults who remember the 80s spend nearly 2 straight days doing the opposite of that in a warm cocoon of escapist nostalgia where no one they really care about ever gets hurt. A subject the show almost manages to say something interesting about, with its main villain trapping his victims in a fantasy world of 50s nostalgia that can only be escaped by confronting repressed trauma. But then it just doesn't do anything with that, because apparently they filmed all those scenes before the season was written and they didn't really know what the story was going to be about at that point. Yeah. Not that the Duffer Brothers ever really had anything to say beyond boy, I member. The first season managed to say something with what it chose to member and how it tied all those unrelated influences together, but the longer the show got, the less curated the references could be, until eventually it all melts together into this neon haze of video stores, roller rinks, and shopping malls, embodying no era so much as it does our current one, of content for content's sake, designed to hold exactly half your attention.
Should have showed L being in Avernus. That would have been a cool twist.
A time which never really...
But oh, D&D is actually a real thing, by the way. And this is where L is. And L just walks up to Zario and then slaps her in the face and then takes over. Nobody would ever see that coming.
Must be better than the here and now.
Whoa, this is worthless.
You said it, Dip. I'm Jeff Thu, professional basement dweller, signing out with a newfound appreciation for just how good most anime endings actually are.
That's Stranger Things. Man, I love this to see it. What a beautiful show that I literally legitimately did not watch. Cosmonaut Stranger Things season 5. 11. As a sacrifice myself, the government will never give up. Government, bro, we aren't going to charge you with a single crime after murdering hundreds of soldiers during martial law.
So there's a lot of other things I could talk about, but I feel like these conversations will take the longest. I watched Stranger Things. I was gonna make a video on Stranger Things, but the reason we do Cosmonaut Ketchup is because when I'm making my end of the year video where I review 10 movies in one video, that takes like 2 months for me to make those. It takes me a long time to make those end of the year ultimate reviews because I gotta watch a ton of movies. I have to edit the video. I have to record my thought. I have to think about things. Sometimes it takes a whole month for me to think about what I want to say. It's not easy to just shit out those videos. I want them to be good, right? So when things come out November to December, I don't have time to make videos on them because I'm working on one video, right? So Stranger Things came out in the winter this time, so I didn't get to make a big video on it like I would have wanted to. Now, there's a lot of people who complain about Stranger Things in a way that I don't think is valid.
Sean C, I can see that.
Like when the finale came
racist.
out, there were a lot of TikToks and stuff where people were coping that there would be a secret final episode, which is hilarious.
There should have been. Anyway, we can come back to this a little bit later. There are a few more things I wanted to cover as well, besides Stranger Things. This is an interesting video that I wanted to look at as well, which is YouTuber diss tracks have aged horribly. I'm slightly interested in this as well because I agree with that. But I do want to look at the Section 230 stuff a little bit. This is Taylor Lorenz's new video. It came out yesterday. A response to Joseph Gordon-Levitt about the Section 230 stuff. It's everyday, bro. Did you shut up? I did see that. Did you see that JID slander post? Posting that Logan Paul diss track against Team 10. And they were like, JID raps like this. And it's just like, that's crazy. Let's see if I can find it. Hold on. Nah, I don't have it saved. Anyway.
The actor Joseph Gordon-Levitt got up on stage in front of Congress and joined groups like the Heritage Foundation, Morality and Media, and other extreme far-right Christian fundamentalists to promote a law co-sponsored by Lindsey Graham that would dismantle the internet as we know it and eliminate free expression online. The law that he wants to eliminate is called Section 230, and if you're not familiar with it, Section 230 is a foundational internet law. That's why the core of the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025 tech policy agenda is about repealing it. It's known as the law that created the internet, and I did an entire video linked here on the law breaking down what it says, why it matters, and why the far right and billionaires in power across the political spectrum are so hell-bent on destroying it. Basically, Section 230 is what enables user-generated content on the internet. It's the reason you can leave a negative restaurant review without Yelp being sued out of existence.
Can I just say I like burger buns that are black? Is that racist? Thank you. This is the video. This is the video. Guys, this is how JID raps.
You don't fuck with the low gang!
Hold up, I'ma throw it. Looking at your face, you don't know what it means to glow up. Trying to dance and act the classes, doing nothing. Now you tried to rap. Come on, hold up. Catch the flow, you can't, oh no. Maybe Team 10's got it. I mean, that's how you grow. But you still can't sell out any shows. No, you still can't find some matching clothes.
You don't fuck with the low
It's in a Logan Paul diss track, bro. The person said when they're slandering your go, but they're low key right. I was about to get mad, but I made the video. What is that? I said ugh. I hear it. To be entirely fair, is that Nick Shirley? No, it's not Nick Shirley. To be entirely fair, JID does not rap like them. They rap like JID. You know what I mean? That's kind of how it works. They're like, this entire thing came from Black culture itself, but it's a good slander post. You know, I gotta give credit when I see a good agenda post. I do. even when I don't agree with it. I'm like, this is good slander. I respect.
Hold up, I'ma throw it. Looking at your face, you don't know what it means to glow up. Trying to dance and act the classes, doing nothing. Now you tried to rap. Come on, hold up. Catch the flow, you can't, oh no. Maybe Tim Tim's got it. I mean, that's how you grow. But you still can't sell out any shows. No, you still can't find some matching clothes.
I have no idea who these children are, by the way, or what they're doing now. So, you know, I wish them the best. Anyway, let's continue with this.
It's the reason fan communities can exist online. It's why any website can host a comment section. Section 230 is what allows blogs.
No. The low gang is his audience. It's his fan base. That's not the low gang. You were the part of the low gang, I think. No. I got it wrong. I think you're right. The fan audience is called the Mavericks, or at least they were. Unless he changed the name. I am confused.
To exist and book reviews to be posted online. It's what allows for forums and chat systems to exist. Section 230 is the sole reason why Wikipedia can function as a volunteer-edited encyclopedia. It's why the Internet Archive can preserve snapshots of the web's history. I could go on and on, but I literally cannot explain how crucial and important this one small internet law is. And of course, it's no surprise that billionaires and powerful far-right extremists want to destroy it. And since destroying it would eliminate the ability to have free speech at all on the internet, I wanted to take today's episode of Free Speech Friday to talk about it. I didn't want to derail my Section 230 miniseries, which is currently running on Mondays, for a whole episode on Joseph Gordon-Levitt, but this stuff is really important. Also,
Oh, okay. Hold on. What's going on? What is going on? Hello? Why am I still in the reds? I'm still dropping some frames. Hello? Oh my, why is my bitrate spiking? 30,000? Okay, wait, we're back. We're back. Sorry, I saw a hilarious video and I started laughing at it and then my bitrate tanked. This was the video, by the way. Chibi's friend siding with his cheating fiance and kicking him out of the friend group. That was weird. Are we back? F5, chat. F5. Hit that refresh real quick. Huge lag. We back? Okay, I think we're back. It was bad for a second. My bitrate spiked. Right now it's 4,000. It spiked up to 30,000. I started dropping hundreds of frames or thousands of frames, and then it returned back to normal. What's up? Hello. Twitch does it when I get a little bit of viewers. My viewership goes up a little bit. That's what happens to my stream. LOL. Like I was time traveling, really. Someone clip it. I want to see what it looks like.
So I'm not a millionaire movie star. I do not have any long-term advertising partnerships, and my work is entirely 100% self-funded. Big tech groups and reactionary nonprofits are spending millions of dollars to try to get Section 230 amended or removed. But the work that I do is entirely funded by you guys. So if you like my work and this series, please support me on Patreon via the link below, or buy a paid subscription to my Substack newsletter, also linked below. Now, if you missed my whole video from Monday on Section 230, let me give you the cliff notes quickly. Section 230 passed 30 years ago, and as I said, it essentially allows for user-generated content online. It's not the First Amendment, and it's structured a little bit differently, but it's effectively known as the First Amendment for the internet. And for the first 20 years, it remained largely intact, but about a decade ago, billionaires, Christian fundamentalists, and pro-Israel groups were already trying to dismantle Section 230. They actually did an entire celebrity campaign led by...
Mods, ban that guy. Mods, rip his arms off. Mods, serve him ads and more ads.
Amy Schumer to try to get Congress to chip away at Section 230. Those organizations got a bunch of celebrities on board to attack the law and claim that free speech on the internet was destroying society and endangering.
Bro, at this point, it's like the pro-Israel lobby's like, dang, people have too much free speech on TikTok criticizing Israel. We need to make it so that it's illegal.
Children. Now, for some godforsaken reason, Joseph Gordon-Levitt has joined Amy Schumer and her gang of multimillionaire celebrities who want to censor the internet. But this time he's framing it as somehow cracking down on big tech. Please watch my other video where I break down exactly how insanely wrong this idea is. But suffice to say, repealing Section 230 would actually consolidate power in big tech. The first big successful attack on Section 230 was called Fosta Sesta, and it was a law that actually passed as an amendment to Section 230 after aggressive lobbying from Meta. Basically, the tech giants want to revoke Section 230 so they can harvest even more data to feed into their AI algorithms and eliminate their competitors. Unsurprisingly, nobody that cares about freedom and civil liberties actually wants this. After Joseph Gordon-Levitt went to the Hill, pretty much everyone who follows him began spamming his pages like, WTF, what are you doing, and why are you pushing Project 2025 tech policy? Well, last night he responded with a 12-minute YouTube video that is somehow even more factually inaccurate and delusional than his original speech.
Dang, 1.6 thousand views? He's almost like me on YouTube, bro.
Congress. It's actually shocking how ignorant this man is about this foundational law and the very well-funded far-right political effort to dismantle it. So, to dive in, I first want to address a couple things related to the speech that Gordon-Levitt gave in DC. He said,
"So I understand what Section 230 did to bring about the birth of the internet. That was 30 years ago. And I also understand how the internet has changed since
What is
then."
his beef with it? I'm curious. About Taylor about this during her stream, Caroline stream with her. W controversial for crashing this site with replies to this.
And message boards and other websites with user-generated content, they really were more like telephone carriers. They were neutral platforms.
Right off the bat, he's literally incorrect. Like, everything he just said is completely factually false. Mike Maisnick actually did a really fantastic whole podcast series where he spoke to the people.
He still hasn't said what his issue is. Does he say like Section 230 makes the internet not neutral? And like in what way? Yeah, the take on European countries and Australia banning under 16 from the internet and the threat that it imposes on internet anonymity. We're not really anon. I think it's bad. I think too many things happen under the guise of like child safety that are just to serve the surveillance state, and that's one of the examples of it, bro.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist. I live when I believe.
Buffy Geek just subscribed.
What is happening? Close some of these tabs. Close. See this, close. 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 Yo, why am I dropping so many frames? I think it's you because YouTube isn't buffering. send the YouTube link at this point. It's just my YouTube. Okay, we should be back. We should be back. Anyway, let's just continue with the video.
People behind Section 230, including those involved in the early internet and the various lawsuits at the time.
As well? I don't know. His YouTube mic stream also got muted a minute ago. I mean Twitch. Oh. PA is also having issues too. It's probably on Twitch side. Thanks, Twitch. We're in the green now though, so it should be fine. This is why we multi-stream, chat. This is why we multi-stream. PA also just crashed. My stream's still up though. I didn't crash. So we're chilling, we're cooking. It just kind of effed a little bit. Brief F, and now we're back in business. Just TLDR, the road thing is bad. Yes. I think it's bad. It's one of the examples of like child safety in quotation marks. Because it's done for the purpose of increasing the surveillance state under the guise of child safety, right? Like you saw what happened with Palestine Action, right, in the UK. They want to do that for other anti-imperialist, anti-genocide, anti-Israel groups, and is using child safety as a way, as the inroad to getting that surveillance apparatus in. You know what I mean? To then use that information to take down groups like Palestine Action. My stream crashed, so I'm here now. Hello. That's unfortunate. Thought it was just a buffer of 2 seconds and it was like 20 seconds behind. Hit an F5 real quick. We're talking about section 230 right now.
Mike Mazik at Tech Dirt really has done the best takedown of all the claims that Gordon Levitt has made about Section 230 on his Tech News website.
I think that's a part of the same apparatus. Right, if you criticize the surveillance state, or you criticize the state in general, right, they can use your ID and your government information that you were forced to give these companies, right, to tie you with what you say online, so they can prosecute you for that. Oh my goodness, it happened again. All right, just go to YouTube. 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 Go to YouTube, bro. Just go to YouTube. So I won't be stopping every. Go to YouTube, bro. Every second. Okay, we're back. That's my YouTube link, though. If it goes down again, just go to YouTube.
It's going to be linked below, and I'm going to be using a lot of stuff directly from Mike in this video. As he notes, Section 230 was never meant for neutral websites, as the authors and the text of the law itself make very clear. In reality, the whole reason Section 230 was created was so that websites did not have to be neutral. Section 230 was written in response to 2 lawsuits, one called Stratton Oakmont versus Prodigy. And since
yeah, and it's not like the government's going to reimburse you for that. You know, it's not like the government's going to give you compensation for your information being hacked because of the laws that they put in. They're opening you up to risk so that if you do something that they don't like, they can prosecute you for that, right? And on top of that, they can hold these platforms accountable for normal, regular free speech that is just anti-governmental free speech, right? It's bad, like almost literally, like unilaterally all around, you know?
Joseph Gordon-Levitt doesn't seem to be familiar with the history of this law at all. I'll just give you the 101. Stratton Oakmont.
Nashoki, thank you for the 8 months, and then Buff Geek, thank you for the 7 months. And also, it's down again a little bit. James, is it all Twitch streams?
Guy that we're interviewing here,
our room stream
this
is
guy
up.
is being, you know, this guy's interviewing, like this guy, like Srinivas and Jane.
Stream's also up. I don't know. They may be coming for me specifically.
is actually the company
It might be
portrayed
disconnected twice, resets stream both times.
in The Wolf of Wall Street. And the company sued Prodigy, which was an
Also isn't operational. So maybe it's just like something's happening and we just don't know yet. Nope, seems relatively normal as of this point.
internet service provider at the time because a whistleblower posted on a
Yeah, happening on Phantoms too. Really, we might be on the cutting edge of Twitch being down or going down, but it may be different in a little bit.
Prodigy web forum about how Stratton Oakmont and the Wolf of Wall Street,
which wouldn't make any sense because, like, it's like Twitch is like it's pro these tech companies. Like, they should be supportive of it, you know.
Street was committing major financial fraud, which, as we all know, ended up being true. But the Wolf of Wall Street wasn't happy about this, so his company sued Prodigy, and the judge said that because Prodigy moderated some of the content on their platform in an effort to have a family-friendly social media experience, they were not neutral, and they were suddenly legally liable for anything they decided to keep up. So it's just like, Joseph Gordon-Levitt, please wake up. These were never...
Like, that's kind of crazy. A pencil tastes good. Well, joke's on you, it's actually 3 pencils. RGB. Yeah, it tasted delicious. But like, it's crazy, like, oh wow, you moderated like something on the platform, so you have to moderate everything, or you're liable for what you didn't moderate. Like, that's insane. That's an insane standard. So basically, without Section 230, everything's gonna be like 4chan, right? Everything would be 4chan. It's either everything is moderated or nothing is. So there's no difference between like Nazi content, right, or like content that's like harmful or illegal. It's either, if you operate a social media platform, it's either you moderate everything that could be seen as like defamatory or could be seen as you know, essentially illegal content or content that can get you sued and you're liable for that, or you just moderate everything. You just become a child-friendly platform only. You know?
Neutral platforms. From the jump, they were not neutral, and from the jump, these platforms were shaped by algorithms and content moderation decisions. And I think it's so ironic as well that part of the reason Section 230 was written into existence was to protect this whistleblower who was blowing the whistle on Wolf of Wall Street. Section 230 was originally called the Internet Freedom and Family Empowerment Act, and it was never, and I mean never, about protecting platforms for being neutral. It was literally the opposite. It was about ensuring that these very much non-neutral platforms could make decisions related to what they shared, what they didn't share, what they amplified, what they chose not to amplify, without being held liable as a publisher or speaker of that content. As Mike Masnick writes, this is important, but it's a point that a bunch of bad faith people, starting with Ted Cruz, have been lying about for a decade, pretending that the intent of Section 230 was to protect sites that are neutral. It's literally the opposite of that, and it's disappointing that Joseph Gordon-Levitt would repeat this myth as if it's fact. Courts have even said this explicitly. Again, these websites were never neutral. These internet service providers like Prodigy and
I just don't understand, like, even if they were protecting neutral sites, like, he hasn't explained, at least from what Taylor has shown, that it does anything, like, or like why he's against it. There's a chat arena plugin that I'm using myself to display YouTube chat. It's read only. It doesn't let you pop out chatters, but it's better than nothing. I'll look into it. Right now, YouTube chat is in their own little island. This video is really good. I will tell Taylor you said that.
We're never neutral. There really is no such thing as this like neutral internet, unless maybe you're talking about things like Google Drive or Dropbox or just like file sharing systems. But any kind of platform with user generated content is never going to be neutral. Anyway, Joseph Gordon-Levitt then goes on to talk about legitimate problems with big tech having too much power. But for some reason, he falsely attributes the reasons to this to Section 230 instead of our economic system or failure to regulate antitrust. Instead, he blames Section 230, the very law that protects small platforms' ability to compete on an even playing field with these tech giants. He says,
today, the internet is dominated by a small handful of these gigantic businesses that are not at all neutral.
The neutral thing again.
But instead, algorithmically amplify whatever gets the most attention and maximizes ad revenue.
By the way, platforms
like, okay, like again, he's just stating this like it's like self-evident why this is bad. And like, sure, we can project on this why this is bad, but like, he's not explaining this is bad because this type of content is being promoted and I don't like it. You know what I mean?
always did
Which
that.
we can go and we can watch his original statement.
There was never a day since the dawn of the internet that any of these platforms, including CompuServe and Prodigy, didn't have algorithms. So much of this is just like, it's just ahistorical. It's just completely ahistorical. It's like making up a version of the internet that was like, I guess just like file sharing systems, but like all of this is just not true. This idea that like CompuServe and Prodigy were neutral and like there were no algorithms, like you are under spells, okay? You are under spells. But anyway, let's let him continue.
And we know what happens when we let these engagement optimization algorithms be the lens that we see the world through. We get a mental health crisis, especially amongst young people. We get a rise in extremism and a rise in conspiracy theories. And then, of course, we get these echo chambers. These algorithms, they amplify the demonization of the other side so badly that we can't even have a civil conversation. It seems like we can't agree.
Centrists are so funny. Like, Section 230 is not the reason for anything he's describing here. You know what I mean? It's not. Like, Section 230 purely is about not, like, platforms itself not being held, like, liable for the content posted on it. So therefore, there is more freedom for users to post the content that they actually believe, because the platforms are less likely to take it down because they're not liable for that content. If you make the platforms liable for the content posted on their platform, you will get an all or nothing
every single day,
state,
I
right?
live as a capitalist.
If they regulate or moderate one thing, they have to moderate everything. And if they don't, they're liable for what they don't moderate. That's why Section 230 exists in the first place, right? So you won't have the internet as you know it without Section 230, right? If somebody makes a Wikipedia article about something that somebody doesn't like, right? Like if you put pedophile in Dr. Disrespect's Wikipedia article, which it should be there for being entirely real, right? Wikipedia themselves can be sued for hosting that content. How is that free speech? So Wikipedia is forced to either not moderate anything, right? And be like just a host of content, or moderate everything and moderate stuff like that. So you can't say anything about celebrities on Wikipedia because a celebrity could sue Wikipedia because it's not covered in Section 230. Think he's gonna get back for this, or is he just doing it for the love of the game? Honestly, I have no idea. Right, or pro-Israel billionaires can sue already, or pro-Israel social media companies to basically make it impossible to mention it negatively. I mean, yes, but there's not much legal basis for it because it's right now it's legal to say you don't like Israel, right? They're trying to change that. But Section 230 would change it, not for you, right? You can still say what you want to say about Israel, and the government still can't go after you, right? Unless the laws change for your anti-Israel speech in America specifically. However, they can still go after the social media companies, and the companies will be forced to take down your content. I mean, right now, these companies are taking down your content because they don't believe in it, but there could be companies that do believe in free speech and do allow anti-Israel speech that are protected for allowing that. But Section 230 is gone. You'll see YouTube taking down pro-Palestinian videos, TikTok taking down pro-Palestinian videos, and there will be no up scroll, right? There will be no up scroll. There will be no Mastodon. There will be no social media platform that hosts content that's anti-Israel, because if it exists, the pro-Israel lobby could sue those companies, right? And those companies would not be protected under Section 230 to not be sued, right? And they would be held liable for that speech being hosted on their platform, right? And so a lot of companies will do the TikTok and be like, okay, no pro-Palestinian speech here at all. If they're in the U.S., though, right? Yes. But if they, not in the U.S., if they operate in the U.S., you can be sued being in like a U.S.-based company or a UK-based company operating in the U.S. by U.S. companies. All the things that he mentioned are just symptoms of how people's material conditions eroding. Section 230 just allows people to post so you can see a window into that. Yeah. You saw how quickly TikTok changed. This will be just as fast for everywhere at once. Yeah. Because they would need to. It would be an imperative for all social media platforms to do this because they would be liable. Right now, Twitch is protected for whatever the ADO wants to yell at Hassan for, right? The ADO cannot currently go after Twitch for hosting Hassan on the platform. Section 230 is gone. The ADO can be like, okay, we're not going to go after Hassan. We're going to go after Twitch for hosting this content because they are liable for this content. So the ADO can then sue Twitch, right, for hosting Hassan, and Twitch can either, take the lawsuit or take Hassan down. That's it. Now imagine you don't have to like Hassan. Imagine it's not Hassan. Imagine it's you, right? Or Ethan can sue Reddit for hosting anti-Ethan content. Imagine you're posting. Imagine you are at school and your professor says a racial slur to you, or any slur. You know what I mean? It could be any slur. Think of one. Imagine one. Say it out loud. Why not? I'll say it with you. Your teacher says a slur. You go and you post on Twitter. You say, "Hey, my teacher at this school said a slur to me, and it made me feel bad." Right? The school can sue, not you, can sue the platform. The teacher in the school district can sue the platform, right? Twitter, for hosting your content, right? And saying that that's defamation and it's illegal. And so Twitter has a choice, either to take this lawsuit to fruition and fight it in court, maybe win, maybe lose, or just ban you and be done with it. What do you think the platform is going to choose? It will objectively kill the internet as we know it. Not just the bad parts he's talking about here, but all the good parts, all the decent parts, all the connectivity, all the freedom of speech, right? All the holding companies accountable. All of it would be gone. At a white history professor who said the N-word in front of us, and everyone gasped. He said, "What? That's what they used to say." That's such a white history professor thing, if I'm being real.
On anything.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack here. I know that most people have bought into this moral panic about kids and technology, but as every single top researcher who actually studies the effect of social media on kids has found, there is simply no causal connection between social media and mental health problems. What they have found is that the youth mental health crisis is being driven by myriad factors, largely economic and societal, and that your mental health status can affect the way you use the internet, but not the other way around. And here's something else you might not know. Studies on echo chambers have actually found that the internet as a whole decreases echo chambers rather than increases them. The studies on mental health broadly as well also show the opposite of what Joseph Gordon-Levitt and the Heritage Foundation's Jonathan Haidt, Barry Weiss, and others seeking to censor the internet are claiming. Even his claims about algorithms being focused solely on engagement aren't true at all. That hasn't been true in years. Initially, companies did used to optimize solely for engagement, but they very quickly realized that doing that made users burned out and stressed, which was actually bad for business because people were spending less time on these platforms. I don't even think
this part matters that much, honestly. Even if they were doing that, the repeal of Section 230 is not a solution to that problem. You know what I mean? There are other ways you can hold social media platforms accountable that is not like repealing what is essentially free speech on the internet.
So every single social media platform over the past several years has adjusted their algorithms away from that. So for those keeping track at home, I just want to reiterate, so far, every single claim that Joseph Gordon-Levitt has made in front of Congress and to the media is categorically false, or he's at least significantly misrepresenting it to the point that it's just deeply misleading misinformation. But his biggest and most offensive lie to me is that killing Section 230 would somehow crack down on big tech. Like, this is delusional. And once again, the exact opposite is true. The big internet companies do not need Section 230. As Mike Masnick reports, the real benefit of Section 230 is that it gets unfounded lawsuits thrown out early. That matters a lot for smaller companies and platforms. To put it in real terms, as Mike says, under Section 230, companies can get vexatious lawsuits dismissed for around $100,000 to $200,000. Apparently, it used to only be around $50,000, but things are getting more expensive. That's a lot of money.
So they were fundamentally changed in the way that almost unrecognizable to us. The 230 was just the advantage of no replacement in place. Yeah.
$100,000, $100,000, a lot of money, but that's survivable for a small platform. Getting that same case dismissed on First Amendment grounds, as almost all of these lawsuits would be if Section 230 went away, would shoot the cost up to somewhere near $5 million as a starting point. Now, $5 million isn't really a huge deal to companies like Meta and Google, who have buildings and buildings full of lawyers. But without Section 230, a single lawsuit over a user's legal speech on a nonprofit-driven platform would destroy the platform and put it out of business. And I think it's hard for people to remember
it's not
how
just
vast
one. Like, take Blue Sky. Blue Sky's a bad example of this because Blue Sky has its own issues, but take Blue Sky. Imagine if it's not just one lawsuit, it's dozens, if not hundreds of lawsuits from a bunch of different people for a bunch of different types of speech, right? One person is saying anti-Israel sentiment, getting sued by the pro-Israel lobby. One person is saying anti-Ethan Klein sentiment, being sued by Ethan Klein. One person is saying anti-Mark Zuckerberg sentiment, and it's being sued, right, by Mark Zuckerberg and his foundation or whatever. You say something bad about Walt Disney, and Disney's coming after the platform itself. You know, it's just companies start suing each other for the speeches hosted on the platform. The internet just won't exist, right? At least social media won't exist. You'll have, like, back in the old days of like AOL and instant messaging, and that's about it. Not familiar with it. What's wrong with Blue Sky? Blue Sky has a alleged history of deleting and removing accounts from Palestinians. I think trans people as well. But like Palestinian accounts from Palestine. And they just, I haven't seen them address it, but it's something that I've heard been talked about.
The internet is and how much Section 230 protects. Most of us primarily use these social giants. You're probably watching this on YouTube, and these lawsuits really wouldn't harm those platforms. But removing
y'all are
Section
watching this on Twitch, technically, through me.
230 would eliminate protection for things like cancer patient forums, eating disorder support groups, online communities for those struggling with addiction or seeking to escape domestic violence. LGBTQ communities and nonprofit platforms would be eliminated overnight because of legal liability. Revoking Section 230 would literally wipe out the
most part. I'm just relaying what I heard.
Entire indie internet and consolidate all power.
And staffers on Blue Sky actively complain about people pushing back on their erasure of Palestinians on the platform. Really? I didn't see that.
All conversation on platforms run by big tech. This is why Meta is literally running ads telling Congress that it's time to ditch Section 230. In 2020, Facebook had its VP of Content Policy, Public Attack, at legal liabilities and dealing with addiction or seeking to escape domestic violence. LGBTQ communities and nonprofit platforms would be eliminated overnight because of legal liability. Revoking Section 230 would literally wipe out the entire indie internet and consolidate all power and all conversation on platforms run by big tech. This is why Meta is literally running ads telling Congress that it's time to ditch Section 230. In 2020, Facebook had its VP of Content Policy publish a big piece explaining how Facebook would like Section 230 to be removed. Meta also released a whole white paper outlining a path to destroying Section 230. And here's why all of this is happening now. Meta and Google are giant, but they've maxed out almost all the entire social media market. Most people who have thought about signing up for YouTube or joining Instagram have already done so. So how can these tech giants continue to expand and capture more and more of our social life and conversation? Well, by driving every single small indie nonprofit community and forum out of business and consolidating that power even more. Getting rid of Section 230 makes it impossible for small startups and forums and online communities to survive. So Meta swoops in and either buys the platform at a fire sale price or just steals their community. Getting rid of Section 230 literally makes every single problem that Joseph Gordon-Levitt claims to care about so much worse. Like, it's insane. I feel like I'm in like a bizarro backwards world. And then he says the most offensive thing ever. Like, I want to reach through the screen and shake this man back to reality. He goes,
I have a message for all the other senators out there. I want to see this thing pass 100-0. There should be nobody voting to give any more impunity to these tech companies. Nobody. It's time for a change. Let's make it happen. Thank you.
This is why I don't trust like broad strokes messaging about like, you know, anti-big tech and stuff like that. Cause again, or like, you know, child safety, like any specific policies, right? You give me specific policies. What is in the bills? What is in the bills? Cause this anti-big tech, you know, legislation that he's pushing for is anti-free speech, and it will be utilized and weaponized against pro-Palestinian voices, trans people, black people, women, queer people, holistically, leftists, online. It just will. It will. And he still hasn't given me a good reason why Section 230 specifically is bad. You know?
are you crazy? Deleting Section 230 is not voting to give anyone more impunity. It's literally voting to destroy the internet as we know it, consolidate power in big tech, and enact mass mandatory censorship of all online speech. Oh, also, the big tech companies get to harvest way more data for their AI systems, which we'll dive into later because that's a whole other side of this. So after that disaster on the Hill and the backlash that came, Joseph Gordon-Levitt posted a video yesterday where he triples down on his delusional far-right pro-censorship slop. Once again, Mike Masnick at TechDirt did the best response, and I'm just gonna read large parts of it while adding my own commentary. Basically, Gordon-Levitt starts out by saying he actually agrees with a lot of his critics because he wants, quote, an internet that has vibrant, free, and productive public discourse.
Okay.
Except that's literally what Section 230 enables. Without it, you don't have intermediaries willing to host public discourse. You only have giant corporations with buildings full of lawyers who will set the rules of public discourse, which are, of course, dictated by the government. Once again, his entire argument is completely backwards. Then he does this
like
weird
if you
sort of
host
like,
your own site with your own content and you say Israel is committing a genocide, right? Because you're hosting that content, you are liable to be sued yourself because you're hosting that content of your own words. You know what I mean? And you can't post it on a different platform because that platform will be liable for hosting your content. And they'll be like, we don't want to deal with that. Go somewhere else. And so you can't have anywhere where you say your own space or you don't say your own, your own words. You know, you don't have free speech effectively. It's like saying you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't say it in like on government owned like land basically. So you can't say it in any streets or any parks or any sidewalks. Yeah, okay, well I can go into a private business and say what I want to say. And they're like, yeah, but we made a new law that says that we can actually shut the business down if you say that inside of a business as well. That's kind of what it's like removing Section 230. Right? It's like you can't say anything you want to say in public areas. And the places that host the content, like the businesses and such, can be shut down if they allow you to say stuff. So why would the business allow you to say stuff? You know? Never go back
like
to
half
paper flyers and
backtracky thing where he's saying, oh, I actually didn't want to end Section 230. Why are you guys saying that? I mean, yeah, I was calling for the sunset end Section 230 Act, but really I just wanted reform.
Here's the first thing I'll say. I'm in favor of reforming Section 230. I'm not in favor of eliminating all of the protections that it affords.
Sure.
I'm going to repeat that because it's really the crux of this. I'm in favor of reforming, upgrading, modernizing Section 230 because it was passed 30 years ago. I am not in favor of eliminating all of the protections that it affords.
I feel like I'm
Just
losing
some
touch
of
with
them.
reality
Most of
and I was like transported to Mars or something, because it's like, brother, are you kidding me? You literally traveled to Washington, D.C., got up in front of United States senators and told everyone how you wanted this bill that revokes Section 230, that literally takes away every single one of those protections that we're talking about, to pass 100-0. You never once said, oh, I just want to reform it. Like, no, that's some complete and total bullshit. You literally said, get rid of this thing. And that's still very much what you want to do. So just be honest about it. Like, seriously, just be honest about it. Enough with this, like, oh, I just want reform. No, you want to revoke it. And I know you want to revoke it because the whole reform Section 230 thing is really just a dog whistle. Because repealing Section 230 was so rightfully politically toxic for so long, for years, extremist far-right groups have been like, oh, no, we don't want to delete it. We just want to reform it. And as TechDirt's own First Amendment lawyer, Kathy Gellis, has explained over and over again on the website, every proposed reform to Section 230 is really just a repeal. Like, that's legally...
So, I don't think for the 6 months, 18 minutes ago. I missed that.
How it functions. So let's just spare all of us the time of like litigating these words. And every single kind of reform requires long, expensive lawsuits to determine if a platform is liable for whatever speech is in question. And in the end, those companies will still probably win because of the First Amendment. This is why Section 230 is often sort of known loosely as the First Amendment for the internet. All Section 230 does is basically make it so you don't have to pay lawyers nearly as much to reach the same result. So literally every reform proposal basically just resets the clock in a way that makes every old court precedent before it just be gone. And all you're doing when you're revoking it is just making these baseless lawsuits against platforms for legal speech cost way, way more. And what's really going to happen, because these companies ultimately can't be fighting these lawsuits all the time unless you're Meta and Google, just the threat of a lawsuit or the threat of potential legal action for legal speech on a website will be enough to just shut down speech and enact mass moderation or shut down the platform completely. Like, if we go along with Joseph Gordon-Levitt's plan for Section 230, say Donald Trump or the state of Israel doesn't like what people are saying online on a platform, they don't even have to go through the whole hassle of suing. They can just threaten to sue. And without Section 230, the platform will just remove the
Valentine, Sean. Sure.
Content because they don't want to deal with this expensive lawsuit.
You
or
want a
much more likely, they will
colored pencil is all I have to offer you.
pre-censor any content that's even remotely legally threatening because they don't want to deal with the hassle. This is where AI comes in, because they can mass censor the internet and downrank content that's risky or that criticizes power or that says something, you know, not nice about Elon Musk. They'll just start removing any content that's like negative about a billionaire or a company or Jeffrey Epstein's friends or, you know, any.
Is it chewed on? No, it's just a regular pencil.
Anyone with the power basically to file a lawsuit. Now, does this system sound like the vibrant, free, and productive public discourse that Joseph Gordon-Levitt claims that he wants? Calling for reform of Section 230 is, in every single case seen to date, really a call for repeal, whether Joseph Gordon-Levitt wants to recognize that or not. Joseph Gordon-Levitt then talks about his own website.
I co-founded an online community called Hit Record, with a website with, you know, a community of about like 1 million people when it was the biggest. But oftentimes it's been small. We were a small business, and I completely recognize that if a small business like Hit Record could be held liable for all of the things that anybody might post on a user-generated content platform, we wouldn't be able to afford the legal bills, and it could put us out of business. So I really do.
Okay, so what's the point? What's the point? I'm confused.
Understand the logic behind Section 230.
So he agrees that sites like Hit Record require Section 230 to operate, which makes it even more insane that he's supporting a full repeal, because that's what he got up in front of Congress to call for. He said that senators should vote 100-0 for a full repeal of Section 230. a statute that now he claims like even he relies on. And now he's just like, oh, well, I actually just wanted to basically get up in front of Congress and threaten to destroy the internet, threaten to revoke free speech for everyone, threaten to remove our ability to criticize power. So what? So you could get up there and get a photo op so that you could just grandstand so that you could, you know, use your celebrity power to push an insanely bad law because, you know, it gets you headlines. Like literally, what's the goal?
Yeah.
And then he has the gall to say this.
So this Section 230 Sunset Act is, as far as I understand it, a strategy towards reform. It'll force the tech companies to the negotiating table.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Sure. Okay. It's like having somebody with a broken arm with a cast on it. You're like, yeah, we should just take that guy's cast off. It will force him to go to the hospital and get surgery for it. Like, the cast removal is not required for this, okay? We can just take him to the hospital. He's like, yeah, we just take away Section 230 and then it will force the companies to come to the table to provide something better. Like, so you are for a full repeal, for maybe something better to come in the future. Why are you signing on to a full repeal if there's nothing right now that can like legitimately replace it? He wants it gone now, maybe to be replaced in the future.
That's why I supported it.
Again, it's so crazy how quickly he backtracks. He's like, oh, I just wanted to get them at the table. I just want to get them at the table. Guys, I didn't know. Yeah, that law that I said that I shouted at senators should, you know, that they should pass 100 to 1. Oh, yeah, I didn't want them to pass that anyway.
You're wrong, Taylor. Oh. He said 100 to 0. 100 to 0.
I just wanted to get big tech, you know, to the table. It's like, what? Big tech is always at the negotiating table. They live at the negotiating table. They built the negotiating table. Meta and Google are two of the biggest lobbyists in Washington. All they do all day is meet with lawmakers and try to negotiate.
It's insane. It's crazy.
Tech policy that's favorable to them. Which, speaking
to be fair, it's Taylor talking about it, and I'm just echoing Taylor's words. I met Taylor like last week at an event, or 2 weeks ago, something like that.
Would conveniently be repealing Section 230, something like I mentioned Meta has lobbied for, is lobbying for, has released blog posts about, produced an ad for, and released a white paper on. And Zuckerberg has said that he wants it basically because it makes him seem cooperative, like he's agreeing to tech regulation, while it ultimately just allows him to literally destroy any of his smaller competitors' ability to survive. And what's also so offensive to me, and like why I'm getting like increasingly heated during this video, is that like Joseph Gordon-Levitt doesn't seem to know about the work of any activists in this space at all. Like he has not engaged with any privacy activists, any civil liberties activists, any like sex workers, trans people, abortion activists, literally no one. Like he doesn't seem to know anything about any of this because the actual reason that Section 230 reform bills have failed is not because of big tech. Literally, what are you talking about? There's an entire
I mean, I wasn't in the he was paid camp until I saw this, but I don't understand. He hasn't given me any true reason why he would be so for the repeal of Section 230. You know what I mean? He has not provided me anything to show that he's actually passionate about like mental health online. That's why he wants it gone, or he's passionate about really anything. He's just like, hey, this should be gone because I feel like it. And if you don't feel like it, then you're wrong. He hasn't been in a movie in a hot minute. What is he? He looks familiar. I don't know what he's been in. I also don't know actors though, so I just assumed that I just didn't know what any movies that he was in. Dark Knight Rises, Inception. I saw that movie. Looper, man. 500 Days of Summer. I haven't seen that movie. He played Snowden. Oh, that's what I recognize him from. That one. You should have just said that to begin.
billion far-right Christian fundamentalist political movement that you've aligned yourself with, built on repealing Section 230. Again, the Heritage Foundation, Nikosi, aka Morality and Media, you know, the anti-extremist LGBTQ hate group that wants Section 230 removed because they think that the internet is turning kids trans, the ones who support conversion therapy. Surely you're familiar with them because they've been using your Section 230 speech all over social media to boost their cause. Again, the Heritage Foundation has made Section 230 repeal core to the Project 2025 and broader reactionary agenda. The only reason the Section 230 reforms that these groups spend millions lobbying for have failed is because enough grassroots activists and people like us show up and scream at Congress. It is absolutely not big tech lobbyists. Like, please show up once. It's the ACLU, it's the Electronic Frontier Foundation, it's Fight for the Future, it's Demand Progress, it's LGBTQ rights groups. The people fighting for Section 230 are the people who want to protect our ability to criticize ICE online. We want to stop AI surveillance and censorship from dominating our internet. The people fighting to protect Section 230 are marginalized people who have been directly affected by the policies that you continue to use your platform to advocate for.
This is true. And we will finish this video tomorrow. I do want to finish it. Indeed. I'm trying to figure out, because I do have to do my my Marvel Rivals sponsorship. I also don't want to do it and then it crashes in the middle of the stream today, and then I have to do it again tomorrow. I don't know, but I do want to finish this tomorrow. How do y'all feel, chat? How do you all feel? YouTube chat will be gone though, so like, where's the base YouTube chat? Hello? Am I still live? Cause not stranger. Okay, I am still live. Just make sure that I didn't F again. No cause not stranger things. Not today, at least. Yeah, you know what? Maybe we'll play tomorrow. Tomorrow. Yeah, we'll play tomorrow. Gaming tomorrow. Is that fair? Is that fair? All right, YouTube chat. I'll catch you on the flip side. We'll finish the video tomorrow. We'll talk about some other stuff tomorrow. I'll see y'all later. Adios.